You also want to record a call, or is the YouTube recording fine? It's going to be 720p.
I think that's fine.
All right. All right, we're live.
Cool.
I'm going to make you host reader. Let me know if I should come back.
I'm not sure, like I'm not super proficient in Zoom. Maybe someone else would want to take over that. I don't know what I need to do as a host, so
It's mainly if you want to stop the live stream.
okay. All right.
Will it stop automatically after we finish the Zoom call?
Yeah, but you might want to stop for some reason. All right, cool.
Can you
out.
stop and start again?
Unfortunately not.
Okay. Cool.
All right. Bye.
Thank you, Fred. Do we expect any more people to join?
Well, there's a few more people invited, but I think some of them will join and later on. Okay, so now I'm screen sharing. No, I'm not.
You
Right.
do.
Yeah, we can see your screen.
We have a few topics that we can work on. From the top of my head, I thought about 4 different topics. One, of course, is the running R builder inside the yocto TDX VM image. And there's different steps to get there. I've collected all these in linear, but there's also this sub-notion that's describing it. I think also a very fun task would be to enable the Bob Yocto TDX VM image. We really don't need much here. Just need to figure out how we can insert the SSH key to the image. And then I would also like to ask the question of how can we keep this configuration separate from the RBuilder configuration. This will require a bit more deeper understanding and knowledge of Yocto. And it's more addressed here in this way, like if we want to have explore reproducible builds, can we like what is an easy way to set up the project? Like if we want to tell other people, look, you can come to the same image as ours. These are the steps, and currently we're far from that. I mean, there's only one Yocto project on the server. We're using that one. But there's not even a manual how to get to that same state. So I think that's something we could look at, but it's more of an advanced thing. So I would probably concentrate on these 3, and then maybe at some point later on we can look at exploring this reproducible part. Is there any preferences? What do you want to work on first?
I think 1 and 2 both require as a prerequisite a TDX VM, right? So, and the third one as well.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we just start with getting ourselves familiar with Yocto and the images building process. And then all these 3 are just the expansion on what goes into the VM.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. So I made some notes. I think it's best if I could have a terminal on the side and guide you through it. Let me see if I can get that working. I'm just gonna share the whole screen. Yeah, I think that works. So let's start from the beginning. So we have this base level directory, and it contains the Pokey distribution of Yocto. So Yocto is the build system, and Pokey is the reference distribution. I just started from there because it's easy. They have several templates. Especially there's one that's like a minimal Linux VM, and I've modified that to fit our needs. And then if you want to just start, like, how can I build it? Let's first start with this one. You go into this directory, you source the build environment, and then you can bitbake the CVM image. And initially, this will take a huge amount of time. But since I've already built it, it's not going to take that much time. And it's just adding, it's just compiling all of the binaries, all of the dependencies, and then creating an image. And yeah, that's it. And once that's done, you can find these image. You can find the created images in this directory. And then once the build's finished, I can explain to you exactly what the different steps are to get to the image. Are there questions so far? So we can maybe can answer something while we're waiting.
Yes, I have a small question. Can you hear me, actually?
Yep, I can hear
Yeah,
you.
perfect. So maybe this will come later, but mm, when you are building this image, how do we configure it? The configuration should probably happen beforehand before building it. So where do we configure to which to remove the stuff that we don't need and to make it as minimal as possible? Is that possible here, or is it already fixed? This is the stuffs the steps binaries and dependencies that should be included, and that's it.
Yeah,
Or how?
there's a lot of places where you can configure this.
Mhm.
I think ideally at some point we come to a place where we know exactly what we want to configure,
Yeah.
and then we can sort of provide one single config file where you provide all the configuration, and then from there on it spreads throughout the project and places the configuration in specific environment variables of different files.
Mhm.
But at this moment, we're not at that point. So I can show you a few places where you can configure stuff.
Mhm.
I'm going to do that after I show you how this image directory looks like.
Yeah. Cool.
So everything on the build temp directory basically is stuff that has been that contains build dependencies or binaries or stuff like that. There's so I think the important one is the final. Let's see. Oh, I remember now. At some point we unpacked one of the images, and so now we have a root file system here as well, and I didn't clean it up. Okay, there must be a VMDK image somewhere. So that's a VIC image. This one is important. This one you can boot in with Chemo, and then there's the .vhd. So basically, the .vic is the final image, and then the .vhd is a conversion to another image that you can boot with Azure. And before that VIC, you need to have the initrum, must be around here somewhere as well. Well, you have the kernel image. There's a rootfs. I think the rootfs is no, that's actually the final image. But somewhere must also yeah, here you have the initrum fs. So I think these are the main parts, and they construct the whole image. I can give you an example here. This file describes the FE disk image partitioning, so you can also see how it's built up. So let's have a look at this one. Sorry. Are you also having this copy paste issue with Notion that you have to really wait a few seconds until it actually takes the thing that you selected?
Yes, I think yes.
It's super annoying. Okay, so it basically creates two partitions. One is the FE boot partition image, and that contains the unified kernel, which is the kernel plus the init disk, and the systemd boot binary, which basically acts as an FE loader. If you have questions here, if you don't know what an FE loader is or stuff like that, then just ask and I can explain.
Wait, why is there system D something?
The systemd boot is just an FE loader. It's not systemd itself. It's just a small binary that acts as an FE loader. So you basically the boot process is you have UEFI booting, and then that looks for an EFI loader, which is systemd boot. That is started, and then as a next step, this one will start the unified kernel image, which will start the kernel, unpack the RAM disk, and continue. And then there is one partition, which is the SDA partition. There's nothing on it. We're not writing to this at this moment. It's just a placeholder for in future, like once we boot the image, we want to repartition this SDA to make it bigger, then encrypt it, and then we can place our stuff there. But for now, that's just a placeholder. And yeah, you need to have the bootloader configuration, which also contains the kernel command line. Which I think is important because with the kernel command line, I would want to explore whether it's possible to add additional parameters to the kernel command line without having to rebuild the whole image. That's interesting for the BOP use case, where you could add an SSH public key to the command line, possibly. I don't know if the kernel will complain if you supply it with a parameter that it doesn't know. But once the image is booted, you can read from the kernel command line, and you can extract the public key And then, yeah, if you don't need to change the image for that, you would have one single image for all Bob Builder images. So that would be interesting. One way to approach it. But yeah, so that's how the image looks like. And how do you configure it? So there's several ways and several points where you configure stuff. You start off initially in the conf local. So that's your local configuration file, and there's several things you can configure. Like, for example, here's a Go Ethereum version. You could configure that, but so there's lots of stuff like which machine do you want to build for SEV SMP or TDX, which distro. There's normally there's the QEMU distro, but for us it's the confidential VM distro, of course. And it goes on. So these are custom configurations, but the rest you see here is pretty much standard, and you can go and read through and try to understand what each configuration does. So that's the local one. Yeah, but I think maybe it's better to show you like to solve one problem, and then you can see what different configurations are touched and how that fits together. I think it's better if I do this than just explaining different configuration files, because you won't remember anyways afterwards.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so once the image is built, you can start it locally on QEMU. I'm having a bit of trouble because I can't see what I'm typing. Can I minimize this one? Okay, this is the issue we faced during the hackathon, the other one in Spain. But we can just skip this for now. We need to figure out what's causing this. It has the bootloader. So if we exit the FE shell, go into the boot manager and boot the QEMU hard disk, it will continue. This doesn't happen if you run it on Azure, so this is just a local issue, which I'm just fine to just skip fixing it for now. Then you're at the boot prompt, you can log in as root, and you can play around with it, but there's still networking missing. And basically the reason for that is QEMU wants to configure the networking via kernel command line, but because we've passed in the whole image rather than just the kernel and the boot image, sorry, the init RAM disk, it can't do that. So it's expecting a static IP address, but the image itself doesn't know which one. So you just have to manually configure the whole thing. I just wrote the small script and it should work right away. So if we ping Google, we have a network connection. Yeah. Okay. So now we started the TDX VM locally. It's not within the cloud. We can discover this part as well, like pushing it to the cloud and starting it there. But I would love to do the development instead. Yeah, another part, like reproducible builds, we want to check the PCR values of the TPM, like whether they are the same as the image that we're compiling, and that's also important for reproducible builds. Like, is the kernel the same? Is the inner drum disk the same, and the whole package together? And there's some scripts located here. Sorry. And they basically give you the measurements for the PCR 12, 4, and 9. I can't remember exactly which ones they are, but I think it's command line kernel and drum disk or something like that. Well, we can figure this out. So that's pretty much the intro. Do you have any questions?
Can we? Yeah, I just pasted the flags for chemo to avoid configuring the networks statically. Can you maybe try to supply this? Because it worked for me locally.
Sorry, I didn't get this one. Can you explain what you did exactly?
So these are the flags that you can pass to chemo command, because you probably don't pass any network related commands.
There's network related commands that are being passed. There's a whole
Okay.
tab interface that's been created, but it's configured as static. It doesn't have a DHCP server as part of the configuration, and that's why you need to give it a static IP address. It's pretty much the whole thing of getting networking running within the VM.
Yeah, but with the flags that I provided, I was able to, well, basically chemo, it seems, spins up a DHCP server, so it auto configures the network. That's just a minor kind of comment.
Did you pass that as part of the run chemo, or did you have a different one?
I just run it directly with chemo system binary. I don't use run chemo, but I have been using this for my build root builds, not yocto, but I think they are configured similarly because it should be default configuration.
Okay, let's try this.
Because run chemo is a wrapper script, right? So you maybe can just add it to the script. No, I think there's
Regarding this start issue that we are getting with runQEMU, I think there was also like a flag that you can set with runQEMU where you can provide the path to the IFI boot on the start, so you don't have to do this manually every time, right? Or am I miss?
regarding the EFI boot, I think the issue here is that chemo to run an UEFI compatible image, you have to have the EFI subsystem, UEFI subsystem instead of BIOS.
Yes.
So it is provided as part of the separate image, and it supports provisioning so-called EFI variables. So these EFI variables are the ones that control the boot process and select the boot device, etc., etc. So you should be able either to provision this EFI variables directly through a command line, which I don't know how to do exactly, or I was able to do this without a separate EFI bootloader, but instead using so-called EFI stub, which is a feature of a Linux kernel. So it pretends to be an UEFI loader, and you don't need to do any specific disk layout, etc. It just works. I'm not sure about about the internals, but it places itself on the boot partition, and you don't need to configure any variables. So I think it just somehow uses the default ones. Again, it was the case for build root, but maybe not the case with Yocto. So basically, to fix our issue with Yocto, I think we just need to provision a UEFI variables to explicitly say where the bootloader is.
It did work at some point, right? I mean, the first time we started it, and when I was using it last year, I never had these issues. But I think this just is, so we're talking about the fact that when we boot it up, it doesn't find the right boot parameters. Is that correct?
Not the boot parameters, but specifically the EFI variables that needs to be supplied to a bootloader. So it's the variables that the UEFI image usually baked into the motherboard, which you configure through the UEFI BIOS. It is these particular variables that motherboard supplies to a bootloader in the very, very initial boot stage. So because we don't have because we are virtualizing and we don't have a hardware Wi-Fi chip on the motherboard, we need to supply these variables ourselves manually to a QEMU command.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I don't know, takes like 2 seconds to skip all the stuff. So I think it's fine to just skip it for now. It's not really
it's totally fine for now.
But yeah, so your commands actually did work. So where did I begin? It did add another ETH network device.
Yeah, because there are probably two now.
Yeah.
One in the run QEMU wrapper script itself, and then we added another one.
Exactly, and so I did have to do a small change in this file because so I changed these 2 lines, but this one we don't need, and this one did have a backslash here, and I don't know why. The script fails here, and I don't know why it's having a backslash here. Maybe we should just provide a patch that removes this one, but it looks like it's some kind of configuration because it's also here. So I took away this, restarted the script, and then I have an IP address here, and I can ping outside, and DNS resolving is also working. So I'm gonna add this as another way of doing it. Okay. So what do you want to start with?
Yeah, go ahead, Mo.
Sorry, no, I didn't want to interrupt. You start.
I think one kind of common use case that we are going to face with is how do we install packages into the image. So it's a base image, but we probably gonna want some, I don't know, SSH client there, or SSH server, or WireGuard server, or basically any other third-party binary that we want to add to the image. We probably need to make it as part of the base image.
So,
But
the Pokey distro itself already provides a few things. And all of that is going to be saved within the init RAM disk because we don't have a disk itself. We were booting from init RAM, and that's it. We're not going to mount a disk. So, and that's the place where you want to configure stuff. Sorry.
So if I understood you correctly, it's adding the third-party binaries directly in the init RAM and not in the disk image of the image itself, or how has it been done? Because I was trying with the TDX canonical VM last Wednesday, on a way how to add it, like for example, add binaries inside the image, inside the init RAM, and it's not so straightforward compared to injecting it inside the disk image itself and then execute it through systemd files or manually or whatever. So how has it been done here?
Yeah, here basically you built all the applications you want to have inside, and then you're going to put them inside. So that's how you do it here.
Yeah, but where inside?
Inside of the init RAM disk. There's two. So Yocto has two different stages. It's built the init RAM disk, and then it's going to build the whole disk. Like the SDA, you remember from the boot partitioning, there was one partition SDA, which was a placeholder. Usually there you put your whole built image, which is then you boot the init RAM disk, and then you mount the actual image, and I think then you discard the init RAM disk. But here we just boot into init RAM disk and we don't have the whole image, but Yocto still wants to build it because it's used to not only having init RAM disk. But so I'm saying this because there's another file where you can actually configure the disk image and its applications and dependencies. But this file here is the one that configures the init RAM disk and its dependencies. And here we need to add it. So if we want to have curl, we add it here. If we want to have SSH, we add drop here. And all the other things like flower was the bot binary that we had.
Interesting.
But wait, isn't initramfs a thing that loads before the kernel and then passes the control to kernel?
No, I don't think so. I think you start the kernel and the kernel will populate initramfs.
Because my impression was that initramfs is a thing that is a kind of helper for the kernel, because you don't want to always include all the modules and all the device handling inside the kernel itself. So initramfs just facilitates the, let's say you're loading from a RAID array, and initramfs just facilitates the communication between the device itself.
I think the best example you have here is disk encryption. You want to start your OS, and you don't want to give it immediately access to the whole disk because it's encrypted. But you need to provide some kind of binaries so you can have the decryption mechanism and stuff like that. And this is then part of the init RAM disk. And it will decrypt the rootfs and then mount it and then discard the init RAM disk. That's the idea. But you start with the kernel. You boot the kernel, and at least that's my understanding. But yeah, there might be some funky binary that first populates the init RAM disk and then starts the kernel on top of that. I don't know, but it doesn't make any difference, right?
I have a suggestion. Could we, maybe it's not, but should we make, like, for example, just to show it, an example of hello world, for example, binary, where we want it to be directly embedded inside the initramfs, for example, at a startup, and executed? How would that process would look like? Like, imagine having a binary given by a third party and you want to run it embedded here. So what's the steps should be done in this? That would be a great intro. Like, all right, you have this binary, and what steps now? What should I do? I want to embed it and execute the VM, or create an image. Yeah,
that's basically the steps you would do if you want to have ref or the R builder inside.
exactly.
I mean, there's different ways. Like ideally, at some point we will definitely build ref and the R builder as part of the yocto build process, but currently we're experiencing issues with some external C dependencies, and it's just not building straight out of the box. So we can just add a binary. And we've done that as part of the Spain Slack hackathon. So it's an easy task. We can just copy the flower directory and change some stuff. So this is easy. We can do that. Yeah. Do you still have the ref binary that's built without external dependencies?
I can do it quickly. It's just a simple, like, yeah, I don't have it now on my hand, but I can build it for you and send it to you if you want.
Yeah, you could send it into the server, and then we can take it from there. Is everyone okay if we do this as a first example? I think it fits well. Gives you a feeling like you understand something.
Can you give me which server you want to be on, so I can build it directly there?
That's the it's this one.
Is it the TDX0 that we are running now on the R builder, or which one?
No, it's this one here. It's the old server hosted on.
This is the Grameen dev that I was. Okay, this is where we were experimenting Grameen and Holisky, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yes, I'm on it. All right, I'm gonna pull res and build it for you there.
Okay, I'm gonna take this step to explain a bit more. So there's different layers in Yocto, and layers start with meta, and then whatever is containing that layer. Like we have in this example, we have the meta confidential compute layer, which includes all the configuration necessary to build a confidential VM disk image. And there's another custom layer, which is meta EVM, which contains all the configuration to build stuff like EVM nodes, and which is specifically for Ethereum or Ethereum builders and stuff like that. So we're gonna change that into this directory and into recipe nodes, which contains all the recipes for stuff that we want to build. There's already a ref project, but this one doesn't work, so we're just gonna copy the flower plot project to ref bin, and this will be the folder where we configure just uploading, just adding the ref binary, which we have built reproducibly via some other build mechanism, and then we're just gonna add the binary here. We don't know the JSON stuff. We don't need the flower binary. And this is going to be named ref.
So if I understood you correctly here, you have to put inside this folder meta EVM or recipe nodes. You create another folder with the binaries that you want to include, which includes the binary plus this manifest like file, like the .bb. And
exactly.
do we know Do we know how this like .bb look like and how to configure it? Like, does
Yeah.
it like, okay, is it like a sandbox where you write what services you need to expose for this binary, or what is it? Can you explain
Well, .bb stands for bitbake. It's a bitbake recipe, and bitbake is just basically a tool with which you can build applications. It's mostly used in the embedded Linux ecosystem, which is also why it's used in yocto. And it's huge and large, and I would have to explain a lot of stuff. And I don't know a lot of stuff, but for now we can just look at this file, and it will tell us exactly what we need. So I'll give you an example. So there's the license parameter, which is for us right now just closed because that's the easiest way to configure it. If we'd have to configure the license as well, it's going to take some time, so we're just going to leave it closed. File extra paths from the top of my head, I think it's regarding these. So there's some source URI. And for this one, we want to have, instead of the flower binary, we want to have the ref binary. These are the 3 files we don't need. I don't think we need this one. But we're just going to leave it. And then there's an install script, which installs the binary into, what is bind here? Well, it's been a long time. I don't know exactly what it does, but I think it places the ref binary into user bin or something like that. And then we need to skip some stuff because usually it expects, like the output, the binary, it expects a debuggable binary which hasn't been stripped, and during the build process it will do all this stuff, but because you're already supplying us with one, we're just going to skip these steps. And yeah, I think that's pretty much, I can't read the upper one. I think that's just a description. Is that sufficient for you to understand what it does? So you have to give it some source, which for us it's just the binary itself. We don't have any source. And you have to install it in some way. Usually, like if you look at other examples, I can give you one for Go Ethereum. This one just includes a include file. So let's have a look at the include file. Sorry. Yeah, so imagine this is the bitbake file, the BB file. So you have a description, homepage, license. This is the actual how it would look in the end. You define the license, you define the license checksums, and then you inherit some stuff. Like for this example, you inherit Go mod, which gives you all the things that you need to build Go binaries. You want to install the get command. I don't know what this one does. You give it some linker flags. You need to define some stuff for reproducible builds, and R depends are basically stuff that, so that's reverse depends. You need like these are any dependencies that you need during the build process, and for some reason it needs bash for the build processes. And the do compile during network means that you want to have networking enabled during compiling, which by default is not enabled with bitbake, but because Go is special and you need to download your dependencies during the compile time, it's enabled. So that's another way of doing a bitbake file. I can read the Rust version, and that's different, and yeah.
Yeah, this is not the .bb file. This is .inc. So include. Okay, so this
But
is.
that's just because so .inc is like a generic file that I'm. If you see here, there's different BB files, like for the dev version of Go Ethereum, and then for the builder version, and then for the dev version of the builder. So in all of them, I'm including the inc file, okay, and then I'm defining some special stuff like okay, I'm giving you a different example because that's so let's look at the builder. So let's look at this one. Here, I'm changing some stuff, like I'm changing the source URI. I'm giving it some patches.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So, but it starts with somewhere it would need to include the inc file, but I can't see it because is it somewhere on top because I can't see the first two lines.
The first two lines are go install and go import. Go install is a repo of the Geth, and the import is GitHub Flashbot builder, which is the Flashbot G builder. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
It-
We also didn't see these two lines. Interesting.
okay, so it includes this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. So it's kind of importing another file inside of it.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
cool. I see. I noticed that your SRC's URIs, you have to specify each file separately. Is there a way where you can do it recursively, for like you provide a directory and it takes everything in it, just for the sake of, like, if you have a huge configuration that you have to add, do you have to add them manually, one by one?
I tried to use wildcards, it didn't work.
Okay, never mind. Anyway, for the sake of time, I pulled the repository. I had to fix something, but now it's built. I will move the binary now to the home directory. You should be able to see it shortly.
So where you're going to move it here?
I'll move it under home directory just right now.
You can move it right into here if you want to.
Okay. Let me see if it's there. Let me move it to that path that you tell me, Frieder.
Peter, can you try to move this zoom overflow to the left
Okay,
or to
I'm
the
gonna
right?
try it now because it's really annoying. Can I just
You just can point at it and you should be able to move.
ah
Oh.
okay.
Shit. Sorry, I moved it the wrong. And now I will remove something. I sent the folder to. Wait a second. Let me do something shortly. RM minus R breath. All right. So you can check now.
Okay, so this one should just execute.
It should. We can do a LDD and see if it's even statically built. You can check beforehand.
Yeah, great. Okay, so it's breath in now. I think I configured it. Well,
Yes, yeah, I named it like this because it will conflict with the name of the folder.
okay, so if everything is configured correctly, oh, sorry. Wow. So I can hide the meeting controls, but if I press escape, which I need for Vim, it's appearing again. And then I can't change the first sentence, which I wanted to do. Okay, let's just leave it as that.
You can use nano.
Yeah. Maybe I can move it. Can I move it? Okay, I can't move it. All right. So if we bitbake ref bin, this should actually work. But let's see. Nothing provides ref bin. Maybe we need to add it at some point, at some stage in the layer directory.
Could it be that the binary should be the same name as the service that you named it, the ref bin? Or like because the guess.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. It doesn't, okay. Because yeah, I actually need to name the bitbaking file ref bin. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, looks better. Okay, so now we can build it. Now it's somewhere like as a package, and now we need to add it to the initram file, if you remember. This one. Let's just search for it. So now we're building the image, the VM image, and once that's done, we can, well, hopefully that's done, and then we can start QEMU, and then we can check whether a ref is actually starting or not. And as a next step, we could also add RBuilder. Mo, do you think you can provide us with an RBuilder?
Yes.
Static
Let
result?
me fetch that. Let me fetch that and send it to you to the same. Oh, can you create folder for that for the RBuilder bin so I can send it to there as well. Let me see this.
Yeah, the inner realm of his size has been too large. Let's see if we can just throw stuff out. I think we can. We'll make this one.
Then just increase the max size.
Yeah. Like this.
Yeah, I need to create a GitHub authentication token because it's private. It might take some time.
No, you don't need to do that. There's a way where you can add your SSH key to your SSH. Yeah, I think. I mean, you're authenticating to GitHub with the SSH key, and you can add that to your remote SSH session. Then you don't need to have the private GitHub token.
I think I already did this, but it still asked me for that. Let me try again then. Maybe I misclicked something. Let me check. Yeah, permission denied for some reason. My public key is not allowed. Maybe because I have many SSH keys and I'm working on a work laptop. Anyway, I'll do it quickly. No worries. Or maybe you can pull it for me and then I can do the building if it's faster. If you're already set up for that.
Okay, let me try that.
If not, it's no problem. Generating a token is not hard.
Is it RBuilder?
RBuilder private.
RBuilder and then private?
You are saying the repo, right?
Yeah. What is the repo's name? Do you know it by?
RBuilder dash private.
Oh, then I don't have access to this one.
Okay, I will. I created another token. No worries. I just renewed my token and will use it instead. Yeah, I pulled it. Let me build it quickly and it's building.
Okay, so let's switch back to this tab. It built successfully, so we can run Qemu and see if we can start Reth. No, there's an issue. 1 second. Do you see the error? I don't see the error.
Warning: couldn't run bitbake -e.
Let's see, RBuilder bin. Okay, I need. Oh, okay. That's just hopefully that
Can you somehow exclude the RBuilder for now for the bitbake command, or why is it taking the RBuilders and we didn't bake RBuilder in it yet? That's the question.
It was just parsing for that binary because it just looked through all the configuration files and I didn't find it, and that's why I threw an error. I just touched the file. That fixed the problem.
Cool.
Okay. So
Yay.
Reth is done.
Awesome. So I assume, can you write which reth, like which command and reth? I want to see where are they being installed, the binaries that you are baking in them inside, like which or where? Yeah, maybe where. Same. Yeah, so they are being installed under user bin. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's probably just some. It's this
The D bin directory, yeah.
bindar is probably bin and D is user.
The user, yeah.
Yeah. And if you want to know exactly why that is the case, there is this interesting trick. You can just check out the single page yocto documentation. So that's a single page, so you can control F, and then let's just
Cool.
maybe you can find some explanation for the.
Okay, can you tell me again, where do you find this? I mean, the single page, because it was.
There's a do you all
Alright.
have the TDX hackathon? I'm gonna share it. And there you would go to this intro Yocto TDX VM, like finding your way around the Yocto TDX project. And then, sorry, no, it's not here. It's in refer it's below that single page Yocto documentation. It's this one.
Cool, thanks.
But yeah, I can't find one right now. It's yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
we know
Yeah.
we kind of know.
You should be able now to see the binary where you are now in your in your terminal.
It's still
There it is. R builder.
it's not executable, right?
It is. It should be. Did I copy the wrong one?
Maybe it's because I touched the file before.
Can you check? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Cool.
Sorry.
So you have to run bitbake for each binary that you create here under the recipes, and then you run the bitbake again for the CVM image to create the whole image with all those.
No, that was an unnecessary step. I just did it to verify that it works. But if you provide this as part of the init if you provide it as part of the init dependencies,
Mhm.
then it will automatically build it because it's a dependency. So we can add it here.
So it builds it directly, so we don't need to build it like what you just did, bitbake R builder bin.
Yeah,
Okay, I see.
we just
Interesting.
built the image.
Yeah.
This one.
Does this create here in the output the measurement of the final image, or no? This is a separate thing.
No, but we could add it. We could add a script that outputs the measurement as part of the build process, which would be really nice.
Yes.
Or at least create a file that contains the measurements. I think that would be even better.
Yeah, this is an interesting point because for TDX part, what I understood now from the whole documentations are you need to boot it first in order to fetch the measurement of that image. However, I've seen
Is that the case? Is that the case? Do you actually need to boot it to fetch the measurements?
If I understood correctly from the TDX canonical GitHub repository, yes, you need to do you need to boot it and run the scripts there in order to fetch the measurement. But I have seen scripts, for example, for the AMD EVSNP where you can fetch the measurement without booting the image. So I don't know how does it work. Maybe it relies on the TDX module, or I mean the TD module. That's why you need to boot it. But I'm not sure. So there should be a way where you can simulate that and create the measurement without booting. But yeah, it's just a thing that I want to explore and see if we can do this. Because it would be great to do it without booting, because to make a reproducible build where others can reproduce it themselves, see the measurement, and then compare it with a deployed one, they should be able also to create the measurement, right? So we don't assume that everyone has a TDX machine there to be able to run and create the measurement.
I mean, there's another thing I wanted to show you. So this is the CC test, right? So that should actually be a TDX VM. And then where did I store this? 1 second. And then here you have a check TDX guest shell script that's checking for things you would need to check if you want to be sure that you're running in a guest.
Yes.
And all of these, if I run them on Azure, on the Azure TDX machine, they just
Don't
don't.
work.
I mean, do you know what the CCEL tables are?
CCEL tables. I don't know what they stand for.
I figured this out because I wanted to like this dev TDX get is the one that you're using to get your the TDX report.
Yes, I think this is.
And it's not there. Now if
Yes.
I run this image without, I think if I run this image without TDX support, it doesn't work on Azure. But for some reason, they just removed all of the stuff. So I mean, maybe it's just because it's a public preview, but there's still a lot of stuff missing.
Yes, can you go up in this directory that you opened? I think this TDX tools in general, this repo is decommissioned from their side. If you go to the main,
It's
yes.
decommissioned. It's decommissioned, but I'm looking at the TDX 1.5 branch, which is not the
Yes.
default one. And I
Yes.
found some because they have been working on this 3 months ago. So they decommissioned it, yes, but there's still some very interesting stuff. So I recommend having a look at it.
And it's not available even with sudo?
No. You can also, a funny thing is you can also mock prop TDX guest.
So it exists somehow. Yeah.
It exists. It's not even a module. I think it's part of the kernel itself.
Yeah.
It's just not. I mean, if I look, I searched for TDX guest as a model, but and I couldn't find it. So yeah.
Interesting.
Okay. So
But yeah, if you open TDX canonical GitHub repository, you would see there are other scripts that you can do talk and get attestation measurement from within a TDX VM.
did you try these?
Not yet, but I think Andrew did, and he was able to. This is set up in the guest, yes. So you can. This is how to set it up, and then there's another folder there which is called attestation outside, and it's responsible for setting up the attestation for the guest and then calling it.
Okay, so it's checking for an MSR. Let's try this one.
I think set is just to take the environments variable.
You
You
have
need to
to run
install it
this and as root.
as root. Now you'd be able. Sudo.
So 0 is production.
If it's 0, then it's production, which is correct.
Yeah. Okay. I'm still not super convinced.
What does it mean exactly? Production?
I mean, it's a production TDX VM, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, you can compare it to, if I assume correctly, you can compare it to simulation and non-simulation mode in the GX.
Yeah, we probably we'd need to go into the TDX documentation and check out the MSRs, and if this
Yes.
aligns, then yeah,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
I would be start to be convinced.
But yeah, this is not the measurement. So the measurement part, yeah, I still need to look into this. Or maybe Andrew, if he joins later, he can shed some lights.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so let's go back here. It compiled successfully. We can start it again. And I don't know if that makes sense, but we can just check if our builder works as well.
I think 8 gigs is not enough eventually. But yeah, let's see.
Yeah, do you want to actually sync it?
Yeah, of course not. This is the next question here. So if imagine now we are running them and let them sync together now here. Is the RBuilder going to sync the whole stuff inside the RAM, or is there anything like mounted as a disk there? Like how does it look in Yocto?
At this point, you'd only
Everything.
have this is only random.
Yes.
So that's it.
This is in
Now,
RAM.
and RAM disk takes it's configured to take half of the memory available.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of memory available on this machine, so we could actually run it all in RAM. But there's also let's see.
Yeah, but this
SDA is
looks
available, but it's only it's very small.
interesting. ls. Maybe you can run ls minus la or.
Yeah, it's small. It's very small. We can increase that, but maybe
Let's
we
see.
can just ask QMU to add another another disk.
Okay, so up I see like you have 3 directories with 3.9 gigs, but you just started the machine with 8 gigs. Is there something here wrong, or is this somehow they're
No,
sharing?
so I started the machine with 8 gigabytes of memory.
Yeah.
And RAM disk, if you just mount a RAM disk, by default it will provide the half of the amount of memory as yeah. So that's basically what you're seeing. Whenever something is mounted as RAM disk, it's just being provided half the amount of memory as
Yes,
disk
but
space.
the sum of all of them together is much more than the 8. That's what I meant. So how
Yeah.
to interpret this?
My guess is if you fill all of them, you will crash at some point.
Okay, I see. All right.
Probably not crash, but you can continue writing.
And the mounting stuff of the disk and so on is not a bitbake issue. It's a QEMU command, right? Like if you want to mount a hard disk at the startup of the image, or is it something in the bitbake that you can include and be part of the attestation as well?
Well, there's this SDA placeholder, which is part of the image itself. And I don't even know if you can write to this. It will change the image. We can try that. Let's try it.
But you have to do it from within. Like, can't you do it in the bitbake manifest file that you are creating the image with, like to
Yeah,
create
you could it, but it doesn't make any sense because you want to increase the size eventually.
Yes.
At this point,
Yeah.
it's very small, but if you boot a Azure VM and give it a disk of, I don't know, 2 terabytes or something like that, you eventually, like at that point, you could increase the size of SDA and the size of the second partition.
Yeah, I see. So you kind of provide a cloud init file where you can do this dynamically, this dynamic configuration after boot, right?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if I understood your question correctly, but I think so.
So if I understood correctly, you can provide cloud init within your image. So it's upon booting your image, it does some kind of dynamic configuration for your image after booting.
Yeah,
And I'm not sure.
I wouldn't
Yes.
provide cloud in it because it just opens a really big hole into your VM.
Yes.
But we can do it as part of a script. We can resize the whole thing.
Yes, this was my follow-up question is like, how is this part, like, what's the cloud init is doing? Is it this dynamic configuration would be part of the attestation or probably not because it's been done afterwards? So I don't know, like how we would.
The configuration of the disk image is part of the attestation because the configuration will happen as part of a script which is inside of the TCB. The script is inside of the
Yes.
on disk, and then you can attest that it's
Yeah.
so
But you are
it's
attesting the
really,
script. You are not
yeah.
attesting the what the script is installing afterwards. You are just attesting what the script is doing, but not what the real installed one. They are not being attested, like the version,
What?
for example.
But why? Like, what do you want to install with the script? It's a custom script that just mounts the it will
Yeah.
partitions, mount it, and encrypt them.
You are correct. Yeah, I was thinking differently. I was using it late in a different way. I'm not using Yocto. I was creating images through some scripting, and I wanted to do through Cloud Init to do the installation of my binaries and so on. And then I found out that this is not the perfect way because attestation would be basically you're just attesting that this script is installing the binaries that you want, and not really what the binaries versioning are and so on. But yeah, you're correct. You would use it here only for making the disk and so on, and probably the encryption, disk encryption. Maybe we should take a look at this.
I think what we should also consider is if we are doing anything dynamically on the startup or throughout the life cycle of the VM, then, well, specifically for installing the binaries, then we should also specify the checksum of every binary that we install. If it's a third-party binary and we don't compile this directly, we just include all the checksums for all the binaries that we install, let's say, during the boot process, so that just by looking at the provisioning script, one can tell what's going to be installed exactly.
Well, you're going to do that anyway. If you're checking like if you're checking the RAM disk, the hash sum of the RAM disk, you're going to check whatever's inside. We just need to provide a way to get to that same image, and that's more like a configuration issue where you provide the whole configuration with one single command that will fetch all the different parts, compile them to an image, and if that matches up, you have the same code running.
Yes, and not to mention this process would be hard then for upgradability of the stuff. Like in case you want to upgrade your binary that you just started your image or booted image, then it would be hard to do this in a testable way, right? If I'm not wrong. Then because then you would have to update also your dynamic configuration, and probably you need to reboot the image in order to make it testable with the new upgraded version of the binaries. So maybe we should think about this. But yeah, I was more or less thinking about using this dynamic cloud init thingy in order to do the disk encryption and using the sealing key of the TDX So basically, that disk.init file, upon booting, it will be fetching the TDX sealing key from within the TDX enclave, like the TDX virtual machine, and then does the encryption, disk encryption, and also automating it in case the TDX machine gets rebooted by Azure, as happened to us last weekend, because yeah, suddenly the disk is not mounted anymore, and for mounting it, you would require the key again. So if we use the sealing key of the TD reproducible TD module, then basically we can overcome this issue, I think, in my opinion. But yeah.
Does anyone have an idea how we can get to the sealing key?
I think Andrew posted. Yeah, Andrew posted something in the channel. I haven't done this yet as well, but it's also on my agenda. But yeah, it just came.
What is the sealing key exactly?
Reader, you would do you want to take
Please
this?
go ahead. Please go ahead. I'm gonna create a ticket for this one.
So I haven't done it with the TDX yet. I know it in the SGX world. So the TDX, the sealing key is the key that's part. Let's say the way where the enclave would be able to have like each enclave based on its setup and configuration. It has a unique sealing key that it can use in order to seal data outside the enclave in a cryptographical way. So basically, the untrusted side would not be able to inspect the data because they are encrypted with that sealing key. And the sealing key is only in a quotation known to the enclave itself, because based on its measurement and the way that you configured your enclave, then this sealing key is then generated upon booting the enclave. If you want to transfer now this knowledge to the TDX world, basically your reproducible TDX VM would generate, based on the way you configured it and its measurement, it can also generate a known for it a unique TDX sealing key that it can use potentially to do some encryption on untrusted side, which is the disk, because for the TDX, everything that is not in the memory is not considered trusted. So if you put some stuff on the disk, if your application is writing to the disk, then what's written on the disk should be encrypted, and then you would, in this case, probably you can consider it either generating key pairs from within your application, like a RAM memory, or you can use a TDX sealing key, which would be reproducible, because since your image is always this measurement, then you can make sure that the TDX sealing key is identical each time you request it. With the in the SGX world, you can request it with the eget key, I think, instructions, and yeah. I hope that I hope I was able to explain it in an easy way.
Does it mean that if you rebuild the VM and does it mean that if you rebuild the VM, it will change the encryption key?
If you rebuild the VM and modify it, so it has a different measurement, yes, yes, I think it would. Maybe here Frida can correct me if I'm wrong. However, sealing in SGX there are two types of sealing. You can use the measurement, the key that is extracted from the measurement, and there is another way where you can use the key that is extracted from the MR signer. So the MR signer in enclave world, all the enclaves that are signed by the same signer or measurement signer could read and decrypt this data. So yeah, either you use the unique one for each enclave, which basically based on their measurement, or you use based on the signer of those enclaves, which basically all these enclaves that are signed by the signer can decrypt these data. And in the TDX, I'm not sure. So yeah, here Frieder is sharing a screen regarding the sealing. Maybe they have here some description.
It's not super obvious at this moment.
The TDX module supports signed TDs and seal keys. So they have also signed TDs and seal keys. So I assume they have also the same two separation, and TDG measurement get key get, and
But the point here is you don't need to supply any secret whatsoever to a VM image somehow, but it will still be able to use the encryption key based on the
Measurement.
measurement.
Yes, exactly. This is the idea of it. So this key is not known to anyone besides the enclave itself, or here in this case, in this scenario, is TD VM itself. So it's not known. It's not cannot be leaked unless you explicitly try to leak it, or you are getting attacked by some side channel attacks that was able to somehow circumvent it. But this is a different topic.
Okay. I mean, I think none of us at this point understands how exactly. Well, I can understand how it would work for a single build. So you do the VM attestation, but then let's say you add another binary, or you just change exact one bit of something inside the VM, and then the attestation will be different. And now the key, the previous key, because we have to reuse the same key for decrypting the volume, we are not going
Yeah,
be able
it
to
doesn't
use the
work
same
then.
key.
At this point, you're going to lose all your data, which is
Yes.
fine because a software update means you have to discard your existing VM and you need to restart one, and that needs to sync again.
Yes. Or there is another process which is called TCV recovery and the key rotation mechanism if you want to somehow recover your data. But yeah, as Frieder mentioned, you should consider each time you update your binary for security reasons, you should consider, do fresh start, because otherwise, yeah,
But
you would be exposing it to attacks or.
But then this encrypted volume, what do we need it exactly for?
So in this case, you would need encrypted volume in case you have a state, for example. In this case, if you are working on an archive node where the state is, I think, to last of my knowledge was 2.4 or 3.3 gigs, terabytes.
No, the archive is now 12 terabytes or something, or 15.
12 terabytes. All right, so let's go for 12. 12 terabytes. I don't think, yeah, starting a TDX VM with 12 terabytes, let's assume if that's feasible, 12 terabytes of RAM, putting all the states in memory is probably going to become an issue, like a scalability issue. So you would put the state in disk, but we want also to keep the states, the access to this case, integrity and confidentiality protected. So in this case, you would require to do an extra step, which is the disk encryption.
Why? Why do we need the state encrypted?
Because then if you don't do the encryption, you would be making it like the access on these and writing and reading on the state be accessible to the hypervisor or the OS or the admin. So the admin can see what you actually currently now writing into and reading from the whole time, and can inspect what you are doing, and based on your access pattern and what you are doing inside there, can basically infer a lot of information from your current. So basically it can even, if you have some proprietary algorithm that is accessing some data regularly, you don't want to show like this access and writing, basically because you can infer your proprietary algorithm way of what it's doing and do reverse engineering potentially and be able. I know it's a hard thing to do, but it's still, then you make it feasible if you don't do encryption and add ORM potentially in order to make it more secure or hardened for such attacks.
But yeah.
So yeah, just adding layers of security, more or less, just to make the life harder for the attackers that are trying to do some malicious or curious attacks.
But will it be too much of the exposure if we not encrypt the state disk and we don't write to anything to it?
So
only
if it's
only read?
yeah, only read only, you can also conduct attacks such as basically access pattern. Each time you read, you can the hypervisor can drop some pages from the memory tables and see each time you access it, there is a page fault, and can read the which exact pages you are accessing regularly, and from that gain some knowledge that they should not gain. But then you can consider ORM for that. So for read only, you can consider different mechanisms to defend besides encryption. In this case, probably encryption is not really necessary if you're confident let's state it like this: if confidentiality here is not an issue for you, and integrity is anyway, it's only in read-only state, so you cannot write. So you would require a different protection mechanism such as ORM to defend against access pattern attacks. So it's always a way you have to study the requirements of your application and see which scenario now is applicable for you. Like, do you need confidentiality here? If yes, do encryption. Do you need integrity because you don't want to see to let the hypervisor inject into your state stuff? Then you would also need here also encryption and probably Merkle tree state checking inside and do you need protection against access pattern? You would require then ORM and different mechanisms against such access pattern attacks. There are timing attacks that were then cache timing attacks that were mitigated through micro benchmarks from Intel themselves, and such as like, yeah, there are many kind of types of attacks that side channels, and this would require its own session. So I think let's not divert from that. And sorry for taking the whole time.
No, yeah. Thank you for the explanation.
We can, like, one way we could skip this is if we would patch Wrath to not keep a chain history and just keep the current state. And this one we can just keep in memory, then we don't need any disk access.
Can we just make a RAM disk and say it's a disk?
Yeah, but we don't have enough memory for that. I mean, we would need at least 1 terabyte, and we don't have enough for that. But if we only keep the state, which is 500 gigabytes, we can do that. But the history will not fit in there.
But we don't need an archive node, right? We just need the latest block, current block.
It's Wrath is configured to keep the whole chain history, and that's already 500 gigs, something like that.
I think 1.1 terabytes, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, but
yes,
only the chain history, I think it's about half of that, and the rest, the other half is the state, which we might be able to reduce. There's some things we can definitely improve.
Yeah.
Even if you set pruning to 1, because by default I think it's 1000, no? If you, let's say, we configure a Wrath with pruning set to 1, so it only
I think we can try something like that.
Did you try this now for testing purposes now, Frieder, to show like REST and RBuilder in the TDX machine that you just created? If you wanted to show this, like not syncing it, but just to show them running side by side.
Do you think it makes sense? I mean, I would rather work on a script that starts them up directly. I mean, we could start them and at the same time write the script. Could do something like that.
How would we? That's a good question. How would you make now with bitbake to add commands that to run specific binaries on the startup of the machine, so you don't require SSH? Like, we want eventually, potentially at the end, to have an image without any SSH access, right?
Yeah, let's see. Let's have a look.
I think we need an init system of some kind. I was thinking about OpenRC, which is a lightweight init system.
So I think we already have OpenRC. So there's already this directory, and then has different init scripts, and we do have it. Let me check. No, it's sysv init.
Sysv init is a bit dated. I mean, maybe it's still supported, but it's like very old.
How is it different to init.rc?
I don't have an answer. I don't know. Let me just quickly check.
I mean, I mean, if it fulfills the purpose what we need it for, then it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, I think we can just keep it for now.
Yeah, I'm just saying for the sake of security reasons, whether it's still well supported and how much do we add to the TCP by installing sysv init. But yeah, for now we definitely can fit.
Okay. So it's part of the bit-bake recipe.
So you want to write the startup script for Wrath and RBuilder, right?
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I see here it's part of the bit-bake script. So let's see.
Let's ask ChatGPT.
Okay, so we need to copy this one here, and then so it's part of the install. So copy. Yeah. So we're taking.
Does BitBake support overlaying a file system? Like instead of declarative, instead of coding it as a script, we can just create a directory, a rootfs layout on your work machine so that it will just copy this skeleton onto the image. Let's say we could, instead of doing cp of the sysv init script, we could just place it into rc.d directory, and BitBake will just copy it into the resulting image.
I think we can do that, but does it make sense? For me, this init script is a part of this Wrath binary. If you want to install Wrath, it will come with an init script, and it should take care of installing the init script at the correct directory.
Where does this init script come from? Like what you are currently adding, this CP you're copying an init from somewhere.
We're going to add it now. We're going. It's not there yet.
Ah, okay. Okay. See.
Just copying over whatever we need. Like, but we actually also need this one. Yeah, in case that doesn't exist yet,
Yeah, you have to install it.
I need to install the directory. And what else?
Seems to be it.
I'm wondering if this one is.
Maybe you can go to the file, the update rc.d.
Okay, so we need this one as well.
What does it do?
The update RC class uses update RC to safely install an initialization script on behalf of the package.
I see. Oops.
Okay. Anything else? Yeah, this one as well.
Which one?
These two in a script name and parameters.
Interesting.
So it will be started on startup.
So we are naming this the init script the same as the binary itself.
Yeah, why not? It's
Okay.
Do you have any complaints?
It's a bit confusing. That's it wouldn't complaints I would say, but yeah.
I'm open to suggestions.
No, I was just like wondering if there were some kind of conventions, like such as like I don't know, binary that end with like dash bin and scripts dash sc or something like this would be much more humanly readable. But this should work for now. I would say it wouldn't make much a difference, right?
No, it doesn't make any difference, but you're right. Just wondering, should I give it like breath in it?
No, I think the convention is just to use the name of the binary, at least from what ChatGPT is suggesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
And this is all the same. Okay. So
Yocto is already kind of has all the options for creating the init script, right? So you just pass two parameters and it will create the init script for you.
now we need to create the init script. That's the next step. So I'm just gonna copy the one I have. Sorry.
I would wonder if they have a command like that creates a template init script that you can then take and work upon.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Sad. Maybe a question for later to be answered, but when doing all of this and you have now your final version of your whole bake configuration for the whole image, is this in any way reproducible in the sense that each time you build this image it will always be the same, or are there components that are non-deterministic that could lead to a different measurement each time you build? Like such as I don't know, there were at some point I read somewhere that in each image there are some components that are mounted or configured inside your virtual machine that might lead to non-determinism, and they include some data like timestamps and such stuff. This is not the case here. Like, is the generated image always reproducible? It is always the same?
I tested this and I can confirm this, but I haven't tested it on different machines. So there might be some stuff where it's using local binaries to build, like a local linker or local CC or stuff like that, and that might change it. As far as I understand Yocto, it shouldn't, but I've seen in the case of Rust binaries that it does building Rust binaries, but
Okay.
that's not an unofficial project, so maybe they have some different convention here.
Yeah.
But yeah, in regards to timestamps and stuff like that, I've checked and this is not the case. It's really taking out everything.
Yeah, that's great. That's great to hear.
There's
So
also pit.
that's this is the script to start the geth node. Most of it, we don't need anything of it, so I'm just gonna
Yes.
we can use these test secret keys and stuff like that. Still keep them.
Yeah. I mean, potentially you would need something similar to a for rest, right? Like some commands are similar to rest support and some of them are not. Should I share with you some?
And we need
Should
a
I share?
beacon.
Should I share with you the way where you start rest, like which commands that you pass to rest here?
Yeah, that would
So
be great.
okay, let me fetch them for you.
Okay, already found.
Oh, where should I post it for you?
I don't know yet. No idea.
I'll post it here in the chat.
Do you want to
Outside.
actually, do you want to take over? I think that would be interesting if you could because yeah. Or okay.
I'm not
What do
sure.
you what do you think? You want to try this? I mean, it's just basically well, I have a better idea. Let's first start the VM and see whether we can get rest starting, and then we can just paste the command we're using in here.
But
What
it
do you
will,
mean by command we are using?
yeah, I mean, we still need to provide some default flags.
Yeah, I shared with you the commands that you pass to the rest node, if you want. Or let me provide everything. Here you go.
Yeah. There's two. Which one is the right one? You sent two things.
The second one, because the first one was without the node command, like
Okay.
yeah.
And
So it
for
starts with
this is for what?
for rest. For
but
rest.
for which is it mainnet?
Yes, this is mainnet. Maybe
Can we do Holsky?
for Halsky, let me check how to fetch this for Halsky. I think I would tell you how to do it. 1 second. It just So to run it with Holsky, you just write ---- chain Holsky.
Okay.
But probably you need a lighthouse as well. You don't have a lighthouse there.
No, we need to start one somewhere.
Yep.
Does somebody
So-
want to take over that task?
Can I just run it on the same node?
Yeah.
So creating also a recipe for lighthouse, you mean, or what do you mean on the same node?
Yes.
I wouldn't run it inside of the VM. It's not necessary to have it there. It's bulk.
Yes.
Um,
Because I wouldn't, yeah, if it's not security critical, we can keep it out.
Yeah, I can try to start it on the host.
We can keep it on the same machine though, yeah.
I'm not sure though if VM has access to the host.
That's a good question. Is there where there? I think yes. This is a QEMU command that can open the host for it, right? I recall there was a command that you passed to QEMU when you on a startup where you passed the host. It's not a bridging.
I think it
Yeah,
does have access to the host.
yeah. To give it access to the host.
It's where's the gateway?
Just write IP route.
Okay. Let's see if I yeah, I can
Nice.
access the
Okay. Um, there's actually already Lighthouse service on the host. It just
Yes. Is
not
it?
running.
Is it? Let me check. Is it?
It's mainnet.
Yeah, we need it for.
Okay, I will make
Holsky.
another one.
I mean, you can reuse it. I think we can just change the configuration to run Holsky, right?
Yes, but I prefer to make
Create a new one.
a
Alright.
copy.
Wait a second. I think I have Holsky Lighthouse there on this machine because I was doing Holsky tests. Let me check. It should be there called Holsky Lighthouse or something like this. Under the systemd files.
Yeah, it's Lighthouse Holsky service.
Yeah, you can reuse this. We can run it. Yeah, we can immediately run that actually, but we need to change the ports to make it to the default ports because I added one to each one of them because I was running one for the vanilla Holosky and one for the SGX Holosky. So I had to add one to each port number, like the local host, as you can see. I can let me do this for you.
Oh, wait, but execution endpoint should be referring to the ref node, right?
What do you mean?
So the Lighthouse pushes the updates to the ref node.
Well, it pushes it to a specific port, if I'm not wrong, and then this should be configured on the REST side, yeah.
Yes, but then it means that the host should also have access to a VM. Because right now we only checked.
Yes.
Right now we only checked that VM has access to the host, but not vice versa.
Yes, let me check this. Can you show me your IP address in the VM filter so I can ping it?
10.02.15.
10.
Uh,
Oh, 215. Oh, I cannot ping it from outside, from the host.
You can ping it from outside?
Nope. That's dropping all the packets.
Can you SSH to it?
SSH as a root.
No.
What's
Yeah,
the user?
Root.
Root at 10. Okay. Artyom already said no. I cannot SSH. So I think it's a QEMU command. So what you opened.
Okay, 1 second. Oh, we can fix this, no problem. I just have to take the different networking solution.
Yes, which is.
I'll have to restart the VM. Just checking if I have anything.
Yeah,
Oh,
no worries.
You should also expose the listening address to 10.02.15 on the ref.
I will change the one the light key instead. Like I will return them back to normal. I will remove the ones. No worries. If you recall, we added to each part. We added one prepended one. I will remove these and put them back to the original parts. So basically, you wouldn't have to do any changes there.
Okay.
All right. I'm restarting the Lighthouse Holoskey. Okay, it started right now on the host. Yeah, it's running.
But we should also check the execution endpoint, right?
But I changed, so the IP address have changed. So it's now, this is the IP address of the VM.
What did you do changes right now, like in order to make it open to the outside? Did you do something different?
Yes, I used a different network device, which was configured by the run QEMU.
Okay, interesting. Because this is probably also important for the whole setup, potentially, or for the onboarding. Let me ping what you just created and see if we can reach it. Ping. Yes, also... I can ping it.
Well, are you going to change the execution endpoint in the Lighthouse Holoskey service?
Which one exactly are you talking about?
The flag called execution endpoint. It should reference the IP of the ref node.
IP. I cannot open it because I think you are already being edited. Okay, 1 second.
Try again.
All right, so I'm looking at it right now. Which one? Check by execution endpoint is the local host 8. Yeah, it should be the address of the. All right, let me see the address again. It was 192.168. What was the rest?
7.2.
7.2, and then under 8551, or no, wait, the rest was different, right? Or am I wrong?
No, it's 8551. I have it here in the config.
All right, cool. Then this should be
it.
and
you need this
JWT secret.
Yeah. Second.
Maybe share it in the chat and then I will change it.
1 second.
Just to be sure those secrets are not important, right? Like these private keys.
No, they're already on GitHub for anyone's listening. You don't have to type them down.
All right. Cool. Did you share with me this JVT secret somewhere?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
It's in the chat. Okay, for some reason my chat does not update correctly. Okay, cool. I will change it.
Let me know when you restart it, and I'll give it a try.
Give me 1 sec, just to fetch where it is being located. Uh, 1 second, I need to restart the daemon reload. I have triggered the restart command, but it should be restarted now. Journal control. What IP address did you put for your res? For the you cannot use probably the local host for the lighthouse, right?
No, for the ref, I don't need to provide the lighthouse because lighthouse connecting directly to ref. But for the R builder, we need to provide an IP address.
I see.
Is
An
it?
IP address. No, wait a second. An IP address for R builder?
No, the R builder needs an IP address for the lighthouse because it's asking for something that it needs during the block building process.
I'll check that for you.
But yeah, I don't need it right now. Do you have is it running?
It's running, yeah.
Okay, how do we see that whether they are connected?
You open Lighthouse now. On the host, you do journal control -fu, and you can see if they are starting to sync between each other, or there are some kind of
Is this service?
Lighthouse dash Holeski. No, not this one. Yeah, but it's not moving, which means they're not connected yet.
It's it's also syncing because
yeah, there was before, yes, but we started guess with it actually, not res. Should I remove the databases
yes.
and
Yes.
yeah, I will try this. Let me see.
You can just add purge DB as an option. It's probably better because we're going to better add purge DB to the service. You want me to do that?
Okay, let me add this command then.
Okay.
Minus. Minus purge db. It's just minus purge minus db, or what exact command is?
That's just purge dash DB.
Yeah, okay, cool. Then I will restart it. Let me just daemon reload, and now we can do journal control. Yeah, they started a new one. It's downloading a Genesis state.
How big is Holeski? Like the not the consensus, but the execution client. Does anyone know?
Again? What
How
did you
big,
ask?
how big Koleski execution client database? Like how big is the Holesky Reth database?
I'm not sure. I don't recall. You mean what type of database? Is it, if it's Pebble or
We
or
received a fork choice update, so it's working.
is it? Because for me it's still not moving. The lighthouse Holoski.
Well, if the fork choice, if there's a fork choice update,
Ah,
maybe that was before we stopped it and restarted it. Maybe that's the reason. Yeah, maybe. Now it's still maybe it's still syncing.
not sure. It stopped at info block production disabled, and since then not moving. But it would be interesting to know if it's they are connected to each other somehow. Mm. You tried to ping the host from within the machine, right?
I mean, I think it's still starting, so we just need to wait.
Maybe, yeah. All right, while waiting, should we talk about the different approach in order to make this networking work for both directions, other than this, or is this the solution, not what you did? Like, is it a hack around or?
It's just for the local DevNet environment. So it's just a hack, yeah. The Azure VM should work out of the box.
All right, cool. So we shouldn't too much efforts in the networking part, if I understood you correctly.
Yeah, it's just executing the script.
Cool.
But then on Azure, it's not going to be. I mean, we should have Lighthouse running somewhere on some other VM.
Yes, yes.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, now it's moving.
Great.
The lighthouse is moving.
Okay, yeah, the Rest node as well.
Cool. Yeah, they started syncing. Nice. Yeah, this is nice.
So I stopped the Rest node again because now we want to configure the script in such way that the next time we start the VM, it would start Reth automatically, right?
Yes. So basically, kind of a systemd file.
Yeah. Okay.
Can't
Wait,
we actually do a systemd file? Sorry.
wait,
Actually.
before we move on, actually Lighthouse cannot reach out to the Wrath, not.
Because I stopped it again. It's
Okay, sorry.
okay. All right.
So back to the question: is there a way to do systemd file and a baked image, like to pass it inside and to be part of the image?
There is not going to be a systemd.
There is not going to be a systemd. Is there any something similar to systemd with this
Yes.
yocto?
sysv init. That's what we are going to use.
That's a script, like the script you're seeing right now, which I'm sharing, is sort of the systemd equivalent of an init script.
Okay, this makes sense because you were following it with journal control from within the VM, so I was like assuming that this is a systemd or something like this. But yeah, cool.
Okay, so the sysvinit gives us the start stop daemon binary. I'm not sure if it's sysvinit, but we have the start stop daemon binary. That's usually the way you do sysvinit scripts. And this is how you would start the rest node.
So this is the init file that you have to provide for each baked binary that you want to add, right?
Yeah, sort of. We have to adapt it, but yeah.
And why you are not adding the res name binary before the node, like to execute it, or where does it know that this is for res?
It's the daemon.
Ah, you are providing it down up in the path. I see. Sorry, in the daemon. Yeah, I see. I see. Cool.
And another thing we're doing is we're remounting the TempFS. Normally you do 50%, but we want 90%, so we have more headroom. We're
For
saving.
what reason? You are mounting
Because
this?
normally the TempFS only provides you with 50% of the memory, and we want probably more than 90%, but now for testing, it's okay.
Yeah.
Anything else? Yes.
So are this the commands idempotent, this mount and yeah, this echo is idempotent because we are doing, if you are going to do service restart. Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume also like to be not mounting the 90% of the next 90%. Imagine.
No, it's could you repeat the question? I'm not sure if I understood correctly.
If the commands that are being executed are idempotent, so it means like if you run remount, it's not remounting the each time 90% of the previous 90% that you already remounted. Is that correct? What you mean?
Yeah.
Artyom?
Yeah, because with this type of scripts, we should be careful not to introduce any side effects into the start command.
No, it's taking like the whole size of the memory, and then it's taking a 90% chunk of the whole memory.
So yeah, idempotent. Cool.
And actually, what I said earlier, if you have multiple TempFS which are mounted with 50% and they are all getting written full, it's not like if you're lucky, you just cannot continue writing, but most likely you're just going to crash the system because what will the system do? The memory is getting full and it doesn't know how to deal with it, right? So it's something that we should maybe take care of. I don't know how, but
is there a way to enable swapping in this case? Like if also the VM, if it over exceeds that does swap, like is there a flag for swapping?
no, I haven't enabled swapping yet. I would be careful to do it anyway.
Yes, of course. But in general, like does the yocto images allow, or is this not really yocto related issue?
I think there's not a yocto related issue. But you need to configure it somehow. Swapping, I mean, it's you can write a script. You just need to swap on binary, which you might have. Yeah, it comes as part of probably comes as part of is it BusyBox maybe?
Probably BusyBox. Where is?
Yeah, where is or which one of the two would work?
It's not. I can't find. I used it.
Can you use which you used to
Yeah.
previously which?
Okay.
Listen, spin.
Yeah, BusyBox.
BusyBox.
Okay.
Can you give a short introduction of what BusyBox is for the people who are not familiar with BusyBox?
So BusyBox provides you with most of the like most of the very common tools you would want to have in a Linux system, like for example the swap on, but also copy, like and the shell and stuff like that. And it does so by providing one single binary, and all of the different commands are inside this in BusyBox, and it will automatically detect how you executed it. So if I run swap on, it will look inside this binary, it will realize, okay, I've been started using swap on, and then it will direct to the code that's defined as swap on. So you have one single binary that provides a lot of different commands like copy, move, a shell, but also swap on and other important Linux stuff. I think we will most likely also use it. I mean, it's not necessary. Eventually, we could skip needing a shell and busybox. We could just start the R builder directly, but we're still
in
quite
development
far away
phase.
from.
Yeah, thanks for the explanation. Yeah, probably all of these unnecessary tools later for the production ready image would be removed. So would be interesting to see. But we would still be needing somehow a way where we can do health checks if the image that we just deploy is really running the binaries. Like, because since we don't have any potentially access, SSH access into it and so on, how would you be making sure that the rest that you ran or any third-party binary is actually running and not crashing in a loop or something?
We just need to ship the logs somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the logs should be also somehow sanitized in such a way, not exposing too much critical data. This is also next topic that should be put in mind.
I remember we just agreed to delay the logs for a few minutes.
Yeah, and in this use case scenario, yes, delaying the logs would be basically because then sooner or later they will become public anyway. But for, I mean, in general, like for a general use case where we are discussing running third-party binaries in a TE way, sandboxed, then we should figure out a way how to do the logging, not to log everything.
Yeah. Okay. So it's working
Cool.
On the first try?
on the first try.
Sick.
Okay, I have to take a 5-minute break, 5 to 10 minutes. Is that okay?
We can make a break. You can stop it, and then we can continue after lunch if you want. If all of you agree.
Yeah, I also would like to have lunch.
Me too.
Okay, so then let's make a bigger break. Like, what do you say? Half an
Till
hour?
3? Yes, till 3. We can resume if you are all okay with this.
Yeah.
How do we do the like what are we going to do with the recording?
So I assume that if we go out now, it will close. So if we all ditch the meeting, it will shut down, and then we have to contact again Fred to start a new session for us. So probably it's gonna be 2 sessions.
I can
Part 1
just
and part 2.
I can just stay here so that we don't restart the session. And I mean,
Me too. I can also stay here and just mute
I
myself.
also have to stay because I have the
Okay.
can we just like put a banner like we will be back in 40 minutes? Just
Or maybe Frieder, once you do the pause, you can share a screen with one image. Yeah, exactly. Say we are coming back at 15.
Okay. See you
It's a
later.
hack. See you later.
Hi, Miltos. Miltos, can you hear me?
Is anyone back?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nice. I see some drawings.
I think we're just waiting for Artyom. Maybe Andrew. I see that Andrew has joined, but I can't there's no
Yeah,
microphone sign with him, so he might not be logged in yet.
interesting. I mean, I don't see a microphone beside me and you as well. Probably he's just not muted.
Oh, okay. No, I do see a microphone sign on your side, so
Interesting. Okay, then he's just a listener.
yeah, I mean we can maybe we should wait a few more minutes. Maybe somebody
Yeah,
wants to join.
sure.
But I'll take the time to introduce Miltos. So really nice that you can join Miltos. He's a friend of mine, and he's actually I would even call him a yocto expert. He's been working on yocto stuff professionally, and I told him that we're doing some work on yocto, and he said he can have a look at running or compiling the Rust binaries with yocto, so we don't have to have this additional step that we just implemented of compiling the binaries outside and then putting them into the built image already in compiled state.
I have a question here. What difference does it make if you let the yocto do the compiling, or you just do it like on a separate way and script it just to put the final binary there? Like, is there a big difference?
Well, the end result, there's not really a big difference, but it does make a huge DevX difference if you
Okay.
have to compile it outside, put
Yeah.
it back inside, and then also the reproducibility part of it, we have to figure out how we can reproduce um the the binaries in a deterministic way if we do
Yes,
it
that makes
outside.
sense.
With Yocto, we already I believe it with Yocto. I mean it comes with like if you compile a Yocto image, it doesn't only compile the I think it doesn't only compile the dependencies which go inside of the image, but it compiles the whole dependency tree. So it also compiles the stuff that you need for compilation. And that's why you get reproducibility so easily. Because you basically you have a very deterministic build system from the start. So that would be really nice to have Rust working there as well.
Yeah.
But again, this Rust bin project, this layer, what we're using right now, it's not an official layer, and they're doing some stuff differently. Like they're taking the C compiler from the host system, which I would expect them not to do in any case, because that really destroys the reproducibility of the whole process. Because I mean, everyone uses a different host system and everyone has a different C compiler there, so this is
Yes.
what I'd be concerned about.
Is there a way we can Dockerize this process completely? Like shift this yocto building stuff to a Docker image, and then basically it will be then reproducible because everyone will be running the same env in this case.
Yeah, there's a yocto images that I think there's some yocto Docker images, so we don't have to build it ourselves.
That's great. I mean, this is a step forward to reproducibility, I would say. But yeah, as you mentioned, now I'm interested in a question. So you mentioned that yocto baking the dependencies, the tree of dependencies from the root till like down. Does this mean like these dependencies are potentially the versioning? They are taking some kind of information from the host that is compiling them that might affect the reproducibility in this case. So for example, I can give you an example. When for example Yocto is compiling some Rust code using cargo, I would assume, or maybe not. Maybe you can correct me here. But if they are using cargo in the background, cargo is actually using some kind of host versions of the dependencies that are currently installed and so on, yada yada. Does this means this is the same for Yocto, or are you defining the versioning as well before you are compiling your Rust binary there, for example?
Sorry, I couldn't follow your
Yes. So
line of thought.
the main question is here: are we defining specific versionings for the dependencies when Yocto is building the
Yes.
tree of dependencies?
Yes.
So for
Yes.
each dependency, we are specifying the version.
Yes,
All right.
that's exactly how it works.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, this should be easy. Interesting.
Miltus, I can see that you're trying to say something, but I don't hear you.
Your mic is not connected. We still can't hear you. Maybe you should select the right microphone if you click on the little arrow on yes.
Maybe if I'll make you a co-host. Maybe now it works. Can you try again? No, doesn't work, sorry. Okay. Well, we'll see if you can get your microphone problems fixed. Yeah. Where should we continue? Should we just continue, or should we give a small update? I don't know.
So the current state is you can give a short brief of what we achieved so far,
Yeah.
and then we can continue from there, I would say.
Okay. So yeah, currently the point we're currently at is that we've managed to include Reth and the R builder within within the VM image. It's running locally on QEMU right now, and we've written a script a startup script, an init script that starts up Reth. And as you can see here now, this is within the image. It's live syncing right now, the Holesky chain. I think the next step, which is probably not that difficult, is to, oh, actually maybe it's a bit more difficult, but the next step is to start the start our builder as well, as part of an init script. And then when we start the image, then basically Reth and our builder will start to sync automatically. But I think for our builder, it's going to be a bit more difficult because we need to add a lot of different private stuff, like the private keys, and we also need to connect to the beacon node, which in this case we don't, because the beacon node connects to Reth, but our builder needs to connect to the beacon node. So that's the other way around. So we need to provide it with an IP address. So that's more of the in-depth state. I think the general state that we're currently at, we're trying to build a reproducible VM image with Yocto that we can then run within a confidential VM, which is currently we're using TDX as a technology. And we want to have that reproducible because we want to be able to use remote attestation and prove to our users that we're actually running this code inside our VM and it's confidential. So you want to provide them with integrity guarantees that we're running this kind of code, like the Reth and the builder. And we want to also provide them with confidentiality guarantees that if they want to send private bundles to our builder, like private transactions, then these transactions would stay confidential and be processed within this confidential VM as part of the build process and only be released the moment it's been the block has been sent to the relay. I think that's yeah. So I'm giving an in-depth and a very top level explanation. So yeah, let's see if we can apply this to the R builder. Or do you have any other suggestions? I mean, there was other topics that we could have a look at.
Are we going to be able to run our builder because it will require some private keys, and well, even if we able to run this, it will not produce blocks, probably.
I mean, for the current run, we don't want it to produce blocks because we still need to sync it completely. But I would say regarding the keys, we can generate them on spot. Like we can generate now some dummy keys, which is not a big issue.
I would give them as an HTTP service because that's actually how Cloud Init works. At least for Azure, you have an HTTP service outside of the VM. That's only the VM can access that, and this HTTP service will provide you with JSON or multiple JSON config files or other kind of config files. And the Cloud Init would basically then set up the VM based on these configurations. Well, and the configurations we can supply while deploying the image on Azure. And we can basically just write a script that parses a JSON object and takes whatever private or whatever secrets we need and then start up the builder based on that.
Can't we generate these secrets based on the ceiling key? Like, for example, we use the ceiling key from within the TD VM through like a Cloud Init, for example, script, such that it uses this as a parent root seed, and then we can extract whatever keys we need based from it.
Yeah. But we don't have the ceiling key yet.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the final version would be that, right? Like the final way. We don't want to rely on any unprotected ways of creating key pairs.
Well, I'm kind of I'm hesitant because I mean these are builder keys And so that's basically a way to publicly identify them also on the relay side. If we use some that are based on that specific state of the VM, then whenever we update or we choose to run a builder on a different CPU, then we'll have to we'll basically get a different set of keys. So I would probably not. In the end, we also need to provide different secrets, like the auth RPC secret for connecting to the beacon, and we definitely need to provide that. We can't create that on the fly, or we can, but we need to somehow read it from the VM image. It'd be nicer to use something static.
I see, I understand. The question is how to embed those secrets in such a testable way and make sure that they are not leaked in the process. That is the hard part.
I think we were going to use some secret storage, either some cloud secret storage or Vault, which is hosted on our site for keeping such secrets.
The secrets we don't need to protect these secrets from ourselves. We know these secrets, and even if we provide them to the VM, we're not messing with the integrity of the VM or stuff like that. It's basically private keys that the builder will use to sign messages and stuff like that. It will still be it will still attest to others that it's running within a TDX.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's an issue here.
Yeah, makes sense. It only has to do somehow like authentication that the VM doesn't take these keys from anyone. It's just from us, because
Yes,
otherwise.
exactly.
But yeah, I agree. We can do this since our keys are ours in this case. Yeah.
Okay, so let's make an init script for our builder. I can grab the config from our existing host, and we can just put this into our init script and then regenerate the keys.
Yeah, let's do that. By the way, it's live syncing in progress, and it's saying remaining blocks of 1. Why is it? And this is since quite a while, only 1 remaining block. Does that mean no? It's still syncing, so it's still live syncing. It's not synced yet.
No, I think in order to follow it completely, you can follow it on the host running, like seeing the Holinsky, what's it's doing. The lighthouse. Let me see. Because there you will see more information.
It has only used 3 megabytes of storage yet, so there's something wrong.
So on the Holinsky side, it says it requires 1 day and 11 hours estimated time to completely sync, and the speed is 8 slots per second. And it's moving slowly. So I would assume it's some kind of a network bottleneck in this case.
No, but this is for the beacon net.
Yes.
So the beacon client, what it does, if you
but it relies on the execution layer in order to execution client like the rest in order to progress, right?
yeah, but we already checkpoint synced the beacon client, so we gave it a checkpoint and it synced from that checkpoint to the head, and now it's applying and now what it's doing in the background, it's syncing the whole thing.
Yes.
But it kind of already trusts the head. So this is just like a way to verify whether or not it should really trust the head. So if it eventually would find out this doesn't match up, it would probably break. My guess, at least my guess. But it's already communicating and sending beacon stuff updates, fork choice updates.
Yes.
What I'm curious is why is it only why is the memory only 2.9 megabytes?
Interesting. Is this part of your REST configuration that you're running it with? Like, is just putting the state there? Yeah.
Oh, it's interesting. Now here it says it's 4 gigabytes, but maybe
So
that's
it already used the half. Of your RAM that you already passed.
no. I
So-
increased the RAM.
Oh, okay.
But maybe that's a sparse file. You know how I can check sparse files?
What do you mean? Again?
A sparse file is a file where you say it's this big, but it's only taking part of the file space as disk space. Like
I understand what you mean. It reserves the space, but it's not actually using it fully. Yeah.
and actually I'm seeing it here because on this side it's only saying 1.8 megabytes, and here it's saying so it's a sparse file.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Do we want to investigate this further, or should we just leave that for another moment?
Would it be a blocker for the next one? For the next task?
No, we can start the builder anyway. We'll just not be able to build.
Yeah. And that's anyway because we need to sync completely right in order to be able to build.
Okay, let's do that.
So I don't think we will be building anytime soon.
Okay.
How much did you increase the memory size of this VM? Just in
128 gigs.
I think this will be fitting for Holoski, I think, because it was 18.2 gigs, right? The state. Something in that direction. I still have the data. Yeah, 107 gigs, the vanilla Holoski state plus the chain data a month ago.
How much?
107 gigs. That was
Okay.
to the time when I was doing experiments. So it should fit. So we're now copying the bitbake manifest for our builder, right? And the init as well.
Yeah, so this is for the R builder. I just copied the red one. It should do the same, and I just replaced red with our builder.
Yes.
Let's have a look at the init script. Yeah, we can just switch replace here as well. We sort of don't really need remounting because no, we don't need this one. We also don't need the JWT hex because it's not part of, but we need secrets and we need these.
Yes.
Um,
You mainly need 3 secrets.
three?
Yes, it was relay secret key, optimistic relay secret key, and Coinbase secret key for the wallet that signs the
Oh, we don't
transactions.
need the Coinbase. We don't need. We'll work without it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It should be named not RS, right? It should be our builder provides our builder.
That's true.
And then description should be our builder. It's not really node, right? Builder. Our builder. Yes, Rust builder. Yeah, should I fetch for you the commands to start this?
I already pasted in the chat.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
And I'm now preparing the config file.
Yeah, the config file it should be copied in at the startup. This is also an interesting question. How do you do in a bitbake copying file from the current setup that you're creating inside the virtual machine to be put in a specific path, like mounting a specific file to the image? Is there such a way to do this?
Sorry, I really didn't understand your question. Could you rephrase?
Okay, so if I have a config file that I need to start my binary that I gave you to put inside the image, how would you mount that file inside that image, or not really mount, copy it in? How would you bake it inside?
Can we copy it like the init file? Just yeah, can we do that? Or is there something all static, or is there something we need to do?
You have to pass that like as a start execution for your binary. For example, when you run proprietary binary, and the first command should be the path to that configuration file.
Yeah, I understand, but the config itself, is it static or do we need to change stuff?
It's static so far, but it takes stuff from the environment variables. For example, if you have some environment variables, like let's say relay secret key in the environment, it reads it from there.
Okay, that's cool, no problem. Yeah, then we can just use a static one and we just copy it over like the init file.
Okay. Where do we do the copy of init file? It's in the different the BB. It's here actually. Should be here somewhere. The copying. Or not.
No, I mean it will be part of the I'll show you. 1 second.
Yeah. This is the init file, so all good.
So config. I mean config
Exactly. You have to
etc folder config, something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, so we change this.
Well, I just shared with you a config. Can you, in the DM, in Slack DM, can you please check if there is no sensitive info in it? I cleaned it up, but maybe I left out something.
Yeah, let me quickly scan it. Are you passing the right relay, Flashbus relay for? Are we going to use this relay? No, this is relay mainnet. We should probably use the different relay for the configuration, but the rest looks.
Do we have even a relay for the testnets?
No, in general, like we cannot send to the mainnet relay, right?
Yes, but I mean, do we have a relay for the testnets?
Good question, Frieder. Are you aware if Flashbots will provide relay for Holinsky? I think should, right? Should.
Yeah,
check.
should be the case.
Let me check if we have a relay. I found it. I will send it to you in the chat, or this is the one, or at least I think. So the address is on top.
Okay.
You can change it. You can edit it in place and then.
Yeah. And other than that, is bundle mergeable signers? That's the public key, right?
Yes, I see. We are using all the builders. Yeah, we can reduce the builders. We can only use one or the first two, but we can keep them. It's not a big issue. And the rest is, yeah, the OFAC list. We should provide also the OFAC list somehow. We copy it in similar to what we are doing. Yes, we need to rework this because the configuration file, Frieder, it includes paths to other files that are potentially read by the R builder during during initialization step, such as the OFAC file. It says like read it from, for example, /mount /R builder /OFAC blacklist. And we should probably have such paths, either this or we.
What about, do we have as OFAC, can we provide a URL?
No.
That would be great actually, so we don't have to do this manually every time actually, but maybe we should.
Why isn't there a URL yet? I mean, there must be a reason. It would be much nicer to have it just a URL so you never have to reconfigure it.
Yes, actually, this is a good point. I was discussing this earlier, that we should automate this process, and it was deprioritized due to the operationalizing the TDX first. But this should be now on our agenda, I think.
I have a question. Can we just do this in dry run? That's also very useful, right? Then we don't have to worry about any of this.
Sorry, I didn't. It was acoustically hard to understand you.
Sorry, we can also use the dry run mode.
Dry run?
Yeah, for now.
You mean for the R builder dry run?
Yeah, and also there's no OFAC for Holinsky, you know.
It's true. There is no OFAC for host because we are discussing this like for the final build. So potentially we need the OFAC somehow to be inside the bitbig. All right, that's a good point. We can do it in dry run for now.
But we still need a config, right? Or not?
Yes, sure. Our builder won't start without config, but you can pass a parameter in the config to put it in dry run mode. As you can see, it's false. You can set it to true, and yeah. And the dry run validation URL, as you can see, there are some parameters there that are targeting localhost and such stuff. Maybe we can comment these out for now. With a dry run, you don't need them anyway.
Dry run validation URL, you mean?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is another point, Frieder. Some parameters inside the config, if I'm not wrong, they are specifying addresses and ports. In this case, for example, the consensus layer node address.
The config file can take environment variables, right? So we can just replace them by some kind of environment variable, and then
Yeah, they
we'll
have to be, of course, implemented in the parser inside RBuilder. RBuilder, so far, if I recall correctly from the diff, the reading from the environment, I think yes, it should be working as well. But we should be double checking with Vitaly regarding this for the addresses and ports.
Okay.
Because so far I know it's like this environment files inside the config are for the secret keys. That you have this schema of writing env double point, like a column and the name. But yeah, you're right. If you can do this as an environment variable, then this is solved as well. Yeah, these are all good points.
Okay, so I've modified the script to include the RBuilder config. It will install this under etc rbuilder.config. Same with ofig.json. We'll install the file under rbuilder ofig.json, and then
Where do you see etc?
that's the sysconf dir.
Ah, I thought the D is user.
Apparently not. Miltus, have you fixed your mic yet? Maybe we can ask you a question.
Yes. Tell
Okay.
me.
Can you explain to us why is it a D in front of this sysconf dir? I imagine maybe D is root, like the first slash.
The D is the new system, so the final sysroot of the system. So in that case, if you are, for example, building an image, then that would be, but you can actually print all of those stuff. Let me, if you, I think, wait a second.
Oh, okay. So maybe just for me to try to understand this. So D is basically the directory of the final sysroot, but during the build time. So D is basically the whole path, which is like home feeder, home user feeder, pokey, and so on until it gets to the final build path, and so it's copying it into this root
Yes,
sysroot.
you are in the correct direction. So you can actually do bitbake minus E. Can you actually run bitbake? Oh, if
Yeah,
you can
well,
actually run bitbake, then you can yeah, bitbake minus E, the recipe, the ref. I don't know which recipe you are, and then pipe grep or air builder. Yes, and then pipe grep, and then grep the thing that you would like to see. In that case, maybe not D because you're gonna spit out a lot of stuff, but maybe it had another variable inside there, so it was syst. Or you can just save the output in a log file and then open it with Vim and then actually do a search so that you can actually, I always do it in that way so that you can actually see what is the values of all of this stuff. So just not pipe it, then maybe save it or less. Yeah, it's a good point. And
yeah, okay. I've not finished my. I'll have to do a few fixes.
yeah, fun enough, I cannot also do it here myself because I also broke something. Otherwise, I would have done it to tell you the exact value. But yeah, all of these values are because we say the systruth of your final image, but this image is under a specific path in your installation. So this just gets replaced by a huge path, actually.
So this looks correct, right? And now I can 1 second. I wanted to open this conf dir. Okay.
This is config, yeah.
Okay.
We need now to find where it's exactly getting replaced.
Yeah, export
Yeah.
system equals ECC. Okay. Does everybody
Exactly.
see?
So there you see the native. So no, not the native. Yeah. So the native is from your PC, but long story short, you can just bitbake -e, and I also try to save this file into an environment.sh, and then I actually open it with my editor, and then I really just search the word that I want, and then you can really see the value that it gets during build. Yes, yes, export T, or in that case,
No.
Does this mean that it takes it for every configuration has a different value for the D, or what does this mean then?
if for example, if for example Frida is now build bitbaking the project, then it's under his username. If I would bitbake something, then it would be my username just changed, and then the path would also change. So
Interesting. Yeah.
these values are changing on the fly. That's why I cannot say to you it has this specific path currently.
No, but that's a great answer. It actually answers a lot, and it makes things much more understandable. So basically, D is a variable that can change, and it's just based on the path where you're building your stuff.
Yes.
Correct. Yes.
So in this yocto one-page documentation that you shared with me earlier, it says that D variable is a abbreviation for destination directory, which
For example,
corresponds to work directory /image.
Mm.
I'm not sure what this means.
So you are currently in build. Let's do an LS.
I'm sorry?
You are currently in the build folder.
Yeah.
I think you can then go inside the temp and then work. I think I'm not 100% sure, but then which colleague just said which you said the destination. Yeah. So which file you said? I forgot it.
It's
You
a
said the destination.
work directory image, like /image.
Yeah, the work directory is the work directory of the actual bitbake package that you're currently building. So for each,
Checking it.
package that you're building, like say for example, ref bin or rbuilder bin, you have your own directory, and it will then copy that over. So let's see. I can try to build rbuilder, and then we can try to find the config. Just I think it's a
yeah. So it's
good way of understanding stuff.
so it's a recipe specific sysroot and da 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 da. Da, da, da.
I wonder if you can just add to this do install commands that you are putting, for example, inside your bitbake. If you can do just an echo for the D and see what it is. If you understand what I mean.
Yeah, but I found it now. So it's basically it's in several places, but I would probably guess that either one of these two, probably this one is the work directory. So let's So this is where the this is the specific directory for rbuilder bin for building it, and there's different stuff inside. Maybe Miltos, do you have an idea what these different folders are? I mean, there's a lot. Maybe it's not doesn't make sense. I mean, there's lots of stuff like folders for package QA. There's a lot of different build steps, but I mean,
I can see
here,
the image there, by the way.
yeah, because it's copied over. It's copied over in this case.
Yeah. So I think it's inside that image. No, I mean backslash image. You can see it in there. So this is as their documentation say, it's where directly backslash image.
Yeah, it seems like it's copying. It's having different like it's in 3 different file folders.
Oh, I see.
But
So
yeah, we can look at each any one of them and you see how the end like you'll see what eventually will be shipped to as part of the final VM image, right? So you have
Yep.
the 2 config files. In the bin, you will find probably the RBuilder binary, and in the initd, you'll find the init script. So that's
Yes. Yeah.
Artyom,
Makes
you
sense.
mentioned that there's like a skeleton image or skeleton tree of this package, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, in my build route experiments, you can just put the entire directory tree on your local host in some specific directory, and build route will pick this up and copy over the final root of S.
Okay, so
Whatever you
this
have.
is more like an overlay, right?
Yes, it's an overlay.
Okay.
Is it the same with Yocto?
I would probably not. For me, this looks more like like an actual package that I think you actually have now the option to convert this to a package that you can later install in an image, like a that package or something similar.
Why would you want to convert this to a package?
I mean, Yocto is a distribution for Linux distributions, and they basically ship a minimal or some kind of standard distribution with standard packages, and then you can start to install additional stuff. But
Yeah,
that's
but
one feature. But you can also provide it as a as a default package already installed.
yeah, I mean, a package as a binary is fine, and we can probably do this, but the configuration, I think, should be separate, because we want to have mostly identical VMs with identical binaries, but with different configuration. And for that, configuration should be separate from the package, if I understand the term package correct.
Yeah, I'm confused, but
What are you trying to achieve?
no, I just trying to explain to people and trying to understand myself how this works. Is there like, do you have any questions regarding this?
No, I think, I mean, I shared with you the the config. Are we ready to bake this into our image?
Well, it
Or
depends
we
on what kind of config. Is it static config? Then yes, I would prefer to just bake it in. But if it's any kind of secrets or anything that we need to dynamically provide to the image on boot, then I would do it in a different way.
Well, it's It's a config. There is no secrets there. And there are no parameters that cannot be inferred before boot. So we can have it fully static, I think. And we can bake this into the image. Yeah.
Because I think that the importance here is that we should like we should put as much of configuration within the image as static, because if the more room you allow via configuration afterwards, you could actually open any kind of security hole. Like imagine you could define paths where the state is stored. Maybe then you could change the place where the state is stored rather in an unencrypted path or on disk or stuff like that. So yeah, I think the goal here is to make the most like make everything static that doesn't need to be dynamic.
I mean, it is like this. It is static in the sense that when you start the R builder, it reads it once, and then that's it, and it's set up. So even if you change it on runtime, you would require to restart R builder from scratch in order to take the new configuration that you changed during runtime. For example, changing the state where it's saved, then you would require to restart R builder. So in this case, it would be noticed that the binary got restarted. So I think this is not an issue. So it is kind of a static. The only non-static part of it is the way where we include the secrets, which is currently through environment variables. But in this case, we would need to figure out another way, like from a vault or something.
Okay. Well, maybe let's focus on how we can get this, how we can get the R builder running. I mean, we have the init script now.
Yes, I also shared with you the config file for the R builder.
Where can I find it?
In the DM Slack.
Stop sharing for a moment.
We just need to tweak some addresses there.
Did you tweak the relay address to
Yes.
Holoski? Good. I wonder if we still need probably the secret keys for the dry run as well, like to provide even dummy keys, but just.
Is there anything that I shouldn't I can see can I share my screen now looking at this config, or do I need to delete stuff?
I shared this with Mo and said it's fine.
No, sharing it he meant sharing it on YouTube. I'm not sure if it includes any data that's critical.
So
maybe
I see,
Mateusz can.
I see the S bundle mergeable signers.
Yes, exactly.
Looks like a public key, and then there's the relay, which has a
Yeah, the relay is a public key. It's a public key. It's I grabbed it from the site, from our site.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think then we can share it.
I mean, okay, before you share it, never mind. It's already shared now. Too late.
So blocks processor URL should be set to what?
What's URL?
Blocks
Blocks.
processor.
Blocks processor URL.
What is that?
I don't know.
Let me check my configuration. Nee, wait a second. So mine is referring to an internal Kubernetes AVS instance backslash
Yes.
API. I don't know what this is. Maybe we can ask Anton. It's just
Can I just comment this out for now and see if it will start?
yeah.
Okay, I just need to check one. Yeah, so that's well, okay. So I'm setting the paths already. So everything is under var volatile. And we're gonna comment out the blocks processor URL. And then we're gonna start from the beginning. We don't have telemetry, or that's the telemetry that's being provided by RBuilder.
Yes, it's a Prometheus metrics.
Okay.
We don't need this now, but we can keep it. I think it's on by default.
This is all fine. Fine.
CL node.
Consensus layer node URL. Let's try.
Interesting.
Can you explain what's interesting?
I'm interested to see like if it's if the R builder already have a implementation like for it, or it has to be specifically like, is it a general way of implementation, or is it specific to those 3 secrets? Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see. But you have to provide a value in an environment variables.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you add the environment variables also in a bitbake file, like in the .bb? Is there a way to pass env variables, like to bake them inside directly?
Yes.
Or that would be also nice.
Move this up. IPC is. What's the IPC path of ref? Where is that configured?
I think it will will be the same. Should be the same.
Is it always?
It's by default there.
Okay. Cool. This doesn't. It's not correct. What's the dry run validation URL? Do we need this one?
It's commented out.
Yeah.
Okay. Mergeable signers.
I don't know. Let's keep it.
Okay, looks good. Okay, so for the time being, I would just add the CL node URL here. Do you know the port?
Just a sec.
Isn't it the 8645 or am I wrong? I'm not sure.
No.
Maybe two.
3500, yeah.
Ah, okay. This is the different one. Oh, yeah.
But it should be HTTP as well, prefixed with HTTP.
What about the US Relay API token? Do we need this one?
No.
So I can just remove
Yep.
it.
Coinbase as well. And optimistic relay as well.
But maybe we want to add them at a later point, right?
Yeah, but for now, optimistic commented out in the config.
Okay, relay secret key, is this the builder secret? No, relay secret key. Why do we need it? Which one is that? Is it builder T transaction signing key or builder secret key?
These are, I think, what you're looking at are for the guests.
Exactly,
builder.
but the guest builder will probably I mean one of these I can use, right?
Yes.
One
I would use the secret key because the signing key is the same as the Coinbase, which signs the transactions from the wallet before submitting them.
Okay.
So you could use the Coinbase secret key and pass it the builder TX signing key if you want, in case the R builder starts screaming, not running because it requires that variable.
Okay.
Do you need to add also a slash after the CL node URL since they are underneath? Yeah, exactly. Maybe, yeah.
Anything else?
Looks good to me. Do they need to be in quotations or not necessarily?
Which ones?
The environment variables that you are passing.
No, it's fine.
All right.
Yeah, let's try it. I doubt it will work, but
I mean, we managed to run the system v init in one try.
Miltos, have you ever worked with build root?
He just left. If you are asking him, he wrote that he has to leave.
Oh, okay. Unfortunately.
At some point, are we going to look into reducing the TCB by removing stuff from the configuration later, like from the image, or is it not on the agenda for now?
I don't think so. I don't think it would be on the agenda. I would probably do something different. Like I noticed that in terms of kernel security, a lot of the mitigations for side channels haven't been enabled because it's such a small kernel config. So this is something I would probably want to look at.
What do you mean, like by enabling them, or?
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Aren't they enabled by default?
it looks like they're not with this small kernel configuration that we have, like the tiny version of the VM. But
see.
we're having issues with our bitbake server. Okay, it's back. Oh. Did we change something? Looks like we changed something.
Not to my knowledge. We only you changed the R builder.
Yeah. This is rebuilding a lot of stuff. Okay, I'll take the opportunity to take a small break. See you in 2.
Oh no, something broke.
I'm back.
Yeah, it broke at some point after you left. A second after you left.
Some Perl issue.
It says like the config not found. So you were passing config.sh or something.
No, there are lots of files that does not exist.
It's still packaging glibc, so I'm gonna wait for this one. And then probably the solution is to clean the package and then retry. It looks like somebody synced the repository.
Nope. Perl.
So I'm trying again after cleaning the image.
Does it mean we have to rebuild everything from scratch, or is this
No,
okay?
I don't think so. Yeah, I think it fixed it. Yeah, it's already, I'm building the unit RAMFS. It's one of the latest stages. Okay, cool. Let's see if that works. Oh, and that even fixed
Somehow, yes. Unrecognized command start.
What is this unrecognized command?
looks like the init script of the RBuilder.
Yeah.
Yes.
S99 RBuilder command. Okay.
I think we just forgot some escaping or quads or something like this.
Is there a way where we can? Oh yeah, it's there.
So this is RBuilder, and for some reason it's before that it's given an S99. Well, it's just
Is there like a validation command for CSV init? Oh, what's that?
oops. Stop.
It's bricked.
Okay, I know the reason.
Yeah, because it's
It's a binary.
It is supposed to be a binary.
No, the init shouldn't be a binary.
Ah, the init. All right.
The init is a binary, and that's shouldn't be the case. Okay, why is it a binary? So we're copying init, and then yeah, here this is where it's wrong. How big are these images? The binaries of RBuilder and Reth. Oh, quite big. Why is RBuilder that big?
Because RBuilder also uses a lot of dependencies that are, yeah, it uses a lot of dependencies. I mean, when I built it with cargo in a static mode, it's if I recall correctly, still has 1,300 something dependencies in it.
Oh, that's huge.
Yep. Wrath has even less, but it's still bigger. I assume that its dependencies is just simply bigger. Interesting. Now it starts directly.
Cool.
This confidential VM snapshot and this number afterwards, this hex number, is it the measurement by some chance after the snapshot?
No, this is likely the one of the Git commits
I see, I see, I see.
of Pokey, probably.
Okay, I thought like it's random. Each time is different, I thought.
I didn't change this line. It's the URL for the boost relay. And it's giving a total parse error.
I know why. I think because after you write the URL, you should put it in quotation, and it's not in quotation in your look. It's said expected quotation is missing.
Yes,
So
quotes are missing.
So yeah, before and after. Yeah.
Valid string length.
Do you have to restart the system file, or does it do it by its own, or?
I restarted it and now it's giving an error invalid string length. After putting out the first
Invalid
first
string
info.
length of what exactly? I recall seeing this somewhere. It is regarding the secrets that you pass at the start. After that change, I think there are some. Yeah, there are some variables that are missing and expecting in the file. I think you passed the Coinbase, you passed the relay secret key, but you didn't pass the optimistic. You can pass optimistic as well, and just you can
Even
make
if
a dummy
you
one.
even if you have this disabled,
What do you mean
Optimistic.
disabled?
because we explicitly disabled optimistic.
Yeah, I think they are a must. I think at this point they are a must. These three: optimistic, relay secret key, and so on.
I'm just gonna take this the relay key.
Yeah, you can use the same one and. Did it solve it?
No.
Actually.
It's an error.
Yeah, because here it starts and then reads the configuration, and then there is something that is missing from the configuration that it tells you like invalid string length. But let me remember what was exactly the missing part. Yes, it should be part of the configuration. So can you go to the configuration?
Yeah, I have the configuration open. I'm just gonna replace the CL node because we weren't sure whether that's going to work or not with the actual value. See if that's going to fix it. And No, it's not didn't fix it. So
Okay, can you open the config? Yes, quickly. Where are the 3 secrets? They should be here somewhere, reading
There's-
from the env.
there's only one secret that's being
Yeah, that's what I meant. They should be here, the 3 of them. Like you should really write optimistic underscore relay underscore secret underscore key and then get them from the env, because the config file expects these 3 to be there.
So that'll be Coinbase secret key and
the optimistic.
okay.
Yeah, but they have different writing. Like they are in small.
Yeah, but they have the same
Yes, they have the same. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me fetch them for you. Maybe you can just copy paste them from the chat instead.
Yeah, I just pasted.
The 3 of them. Yes, exactly. That's how they should look like.
Sorry about that, because I removed them before sending you.
No problem. I just recalled it because I saw this issue when one of the instances crashed after the update of the binary. I mean, the error message was not very helpful as well. Like invalid string length is kind of misleading.
Hi. Sorry, I just dropped out. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes. Do you still have the co-host rights? But it seems you are. So.
But I missed all of like the chat messages are gone. Could you resend them? The last part.
Yes. So this is the part that you need to copy paste inside. Because it is expecting them to be looking like this, all of them, all 3 of them. Do you want me to copy the chat, all the chat, or this is enough for now?
No, that's enough for now. Thanks.
Yeah.
Blocklist file. Okay, I have the wrong blocklist file. Can somebody give me the blocklist file? The OFAC?
Yeah, I can send it to you. Where do you want it to? Let me copy, send it to your machine.
Can I just put the empty JSON array?
Yeah, maybe I can do that.
No, the square brackets. Yep. Okay. No validation URLs.
Ah, so you still need the validation URL despite the dry run. So you can provide the validation URL, and yeah.
I mean,
How does that look like?
Ah, you cannot. Wait a second. I think you cannot enable both optimistic and dry run. Maybe disable the optimistic. It is already optimistic enabled false. Then just uncomment this one, since. But then we need to make sure that the address is correct.
This one, the dry run validation URL?
Yes, you can uncomment it and give it the address above that you gave 192. I think this is the host, if I'm not wrong.
This looks like it's a ref node.
Oh, and then you keep it localhost.
So that's correct, right?
Yeah, it should be localhost since they're both running on the same machine.
I'm gonna try this one again. Right there.
Unable to open database file.
So you run it as a root user?
Yeah.
Maybe the path does not exist. The directory should exist, I think.
Yeah.
The database path is correct.
Is there a ref directory in the var volatile?
Yeah. You can see it here. Does it is it requiring a sync database?
I don't think so. Is there a static files directory also exist?
Mm-hmm. I mean, this could be several things.
And it's running as root, right? The service is running as root.
Yeah. I mean, there's some special, I don't know, but there's some special lock I remember required to open the database, and maybe this is not supported by this minimal Linux kernel.
No, I don't think that's the issue. Can you show the LSLA on the database directory?
I can see it's only read only, but yeah, we are running it under root, so it should be able to write as well.
No, it's a read write. It's all.
Yes, only for root, I think, or
Yes,
only for
yeah,
user.
Yeah, obviously I'm root. Okay.
Can you show me the config file once again?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this var volatile R builder directory does not exist. The error storage path parameter.
Oh, good take. Oh, looks
Okay.
good.
Looks good to me.
yes, something is running.
Yeah, it seems to be stable, but of course it's not building anything because it's waiting for rest to sync.
Cool. Okay, I'm gonna take the time to sync what we've done here with the actual config files.
Yes.
And
Maybe
what?
maybe copy everything from the config file from within the VM and then paste it in the config file outside the host, so it will be the same. Oh, okay, or this.
I mean, I can't access it, so I have to do it like this.
I mean, if you no, apparently wasn't this the address of the host?
No, that's one. That one.
Okay.
But it's not 2, it's 25, something like this, or 2 or it's not.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't enable it at all. So let me.
How is it even getting the Okay. I think it's not connected to the lighthouse then.
Yeah, we didn't check the node.
Interesting.
Okay. So which are the ones I want to copy?
You can use directly SCP and then get it from there to here.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, was the init that I changed, or was there anything else that I changed? Yeah, we need
Yeah, you slightly changed the init where you added the
okay.
the keys and
Uh, and the other one was the config. Okay. And the other. Okay. What is the US Relay API token? Does anyone know whether we're going to need that? Or can I just remove?
You can just remove it.
Good for now. Oh, another thing we need to add here is, I wonder why isn't so we have this config and I'm giving it the R builder as That's the error storage path. Is there any other place where this? Oh, so this is the only one. So maybe I just change the error storage path, right? It's maybe into temp. Does the RBuilder have a folder itself?
No, but I mean, on our builders, we define a working directory, so it works with, it can work with relative paths, but I mean, here we have to do the full path, the absolute path.
Is it okay if I just set it to temp?
Should be fine. Maybe we can just even comment this out, but I'm not sure if it will work.
Okay.
Also, you created the directory somewhere, and can we include in the bitbake that this directory is created beforehand? So we
No,
avoid
exactly.
the
That's why I've changed this line here, because now we don't create a directory anymore.
All right, fair enough.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. No, the dry run. Dry run. Hey, this took a bit longer, but that's good. I think I hope this helps with you getting more familiar with Yocto.
Yeah, definitely. That's actually very cool. Thank you for doing this. I'm still very interested in configuring it, like to minimize its surface. Besides that file that you shared with us, where you are adding the dependencies, is there any other place where you can configure it, or that's the only spot
No,
where you can?
there's more. Like you can configure the whole kernel in ways you want it. Like you can give either the whole kernel config or modification files that change just a few kernel variables, kernel config variables. I mean, what else? But I mean, the init ramifest is the thing that's most important, right? Because there you put all the code which is eventually lands in the image. So that's the init ramifest, the kernel, and the rest is the boot process. I mean, we had the EFI loader, which is very small, so we can ignore that. Then there's the kernel, and then there's the init ramifest, and there you can try to reduce things more. But I think like BusyBox is something we probably definitely need. Init system is also very nice, but maybe we can skip that. I think the init system is something we could probably skip and run our own. But it's also not very big. Let's start.
Is Yocto like I saw like you can define the configuration like TDX as your target. Is this from Yocto or is it from you? Like you
No,
did some
that's what I wrote. I give a special TDX target and a SEV SMP target, and depending on which target you give, it changes. For example, the kernel configuration, which is like no, it doesn't include the SEV SMP drivers, but for the TDX.
So these are your changes, like your configurations, and they were not supported by Yocto before.
Exactly.
Awesome. because I was wondering if it's TDX aware, in the sense like if you look at the TDX canonical repo, they have some scripts that to set up the host and to set up the guest. Are you doing something similar to set up the guest as well when you are doing these changes, or not yet? Regarding for attestation and other purposes.
No, I think I was distracted by this error. Could you repeat the question?
I was wondering if you are doing like when you are setting up the configuration to make it TDX aware, this image, if you are doing like similar to the TDX canonical part where they are copying like scripts to set up the host and the guest, like there are scripts for guest and there are scripts for host, and there are also like some kind of setup for attestation on host and attestation on guest. I can show you if you open the repo. If you go to the file guest tools, folder guest tools, they have your image, and inside image they have this create TD image, and then create TD image. They go through the process what they are doing here, and at some point they are copying down inside the vert customize down. Yes, inside here they are copying not only these, they are copying over also some kind of files. That down, yeah, exactly down. The scripts, many scripts.
Which? Sorry, I'm lost. Here,
Down.
there, further down.
Yeah, it's down. It's copy in, yeah, exactly these scripts, and then upon starting the VM, they are also executing those scripts in Cloud Init. Upon, and then yeah, you see the setup.sh is basically being executed, and then setup.sh is running these scripts that are being copied over, and then basically your image then it will be created with all of those setup where it will be TDX aware and has the support of attestation and so on.
Okay.
I was like just wondering if your changes here with the kernel configuration is doing something similar to what they are doing to enable these.
For now, the only TDX enablement is just. I mean, I can show you. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
So that's it. I've upped the Linux version. I've upped the Yocto version, Poke version, and
Where did you get these?
I'm sorry?
Where did you get this SCART?
That's basically, it's like I don't know, what are your current Ubuntu versions? It's a name for the version.
It's okay, like focal and so on. Okay.
Yeah, and then this is the machine config definition. I think this is just copied over from SCV SMP and changed a few specifics. Let's see, where's the somewhere I'm probably going to give it some TDX info. Here. This? No.
Yeah, I recall QEMU could simulate TDX environment if you are running it on a TDX host machine, like enabled TDX host machine.
No, it's probably not here. Let's look further.
Okay.
This is, I think, a fix due to this is just a fix to make it work with the recent Poke image. Package install. This is also nothing. Also just a fix. And here, yeah, here I think these are the important ones. So within the Linux yocto bitbake, I'm defining a kernel machine TDX, and it's compatible with a TDX machine. And so if I'm building with a TDX machine, it basically says add these kernel features. These are not TDX related, so they should be commented out and added in some other way, but those ones are definitely TDX related. And
Yeah.
you can see up here, it's basically, I just copy pasted the SEV SMP, removed this part, and added this part.
Yeah, makes sense.
And this is the actual TDX config of the kernel. Those are the environment variables that I've added. Yeah, that's it. That's even part of it is just fixing other stuff. So TDX enablement was very, very small.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, so this didn't work. No headers and static files. Check your static files path configuration. I remember I did one thing wrong, and that was to give the OFAC JSON an empty list. Maybe that fixes it.
No, I think it's about the static files directory, which we checked and it exists.
What?
Okay, so maybe maybe if I rerun it now, it will work because the ref. So there's a race condition here because ref probably didn't start for some reason. So maybe I need to give ref as a dependency for
RBuilder, yes.
Okay.
Like similar to systemd where you say after, execute after.
Okay. I don't know how to do that.
I'm gonna check.
See if it works.
There is a required start header. Like this. You should add it to the beginning of the unit file to the service.
Okay, that the trick for this. And now let's look. Card start. And I would put ref here.
Yes.
Yes.
This is for sysvinit, right? Okay, I see. Required start. Syslog networking. And then I'll add that.
Hopefully,
But isn't
yeah.
this commented out? You have to add it, right? Or am I wrong?
You
No,
should
I
keep
think these
it.
are comments that definitely are being right. I mean, it defines the default start levels and the stop levels.
Oh, okay. Should it have a dollar sign before it?
Let's have a look. So there's networking.
Yes, I would put a dollar sign before rest.
Syslog. I don't see a syslog here. And remote FS.
Just keep it as is, I think. The docs say it can be either whatever that means, the explicit unit name or a descriptive placeholder, whatever that means.
Okay. And I'll try it like that.
So you don't require the $sign before the thingy?
You may or may not include this. I mean,
Okay.
it will mean different things, but
Interesting.
By the way,
But
this
wow,
is
this is a huge, right?
no, it's you have to count in the 125 or maybe even more megabytes of the binaries of Reth and RBuilder.
Oh, wait a second, but I thought those only the inits what you are measuring here, and not
I'm measuring the
bind.
whole system.
Ah, you are the whole system. Never mind. Okay. I thought you are. Yeah.
So
Yeah, that
let's
makes
see.
sense. The
I don't
RBuilder and rest together are almost 140, and the rest is like 235 megabytes for the rest.
okay, yeah, so of these 175 megabytes, user takes up 165. There's 7 megabytes in lib. We have some certificates.
Do we need the libs since all the binaries are statically built?
Probably
That's the
not.
question. Okay.
Well, part of it we need for we do need it for fdisk and yeah, I think probably some stuff like fs resize, but yeah, not much. And then yeah, but most of this is strace we can remove, and everything you see here, that's busybox. So pretty small. Rest is big. RBuilder is big. Open SSL. Why do we need open SSL? I don't know.
Because maybe you added it in the dependencies in the the big file, so that was added.
Okay.
The
Flower.
flower we don't need. Yeah.
And we also don't need these ones. So yeah, we can reduce some stuff.
Yeah, definitely. But cool.
Just see, we have 3 hours left. And it looks like we're almost done with this part, hopefully. Any thoughts or wishes regarding what we should do next?
Attestation, if we can somehow make it aware. Andrew is there. I see there
Hello.
is. No, hi.
Hi, Andrew.
Yeah, any progress on attestation would be cool. And I was also thinking, this has gone into a bunch of the, builder specific things. And I'm interested in like the hello world or the trusted setup or other small examples too. And if we're going to tackle attestation, maybe on one of those too.
At the station. So at the station we can do, but that will require us to push the image to the cloud to verify it because it depends on Azure. And pushing it to the cloud is each image you create, it takes roughly 15 to 20 minutes to push it. So that's a bit not that much fun to wait for this time.
Could we try instead to poke at how to get the SGX enclave or TDX guest device available? Yeah, you had mentioned earlier before the break that we could look through some of the scripts in canonical TDX because that's what they use to set up these guest tools on the Ubuntu image, and maybe it's possible to get some of those. Yeah, basically, I think if we could get the TDX guest device to pop up in Yocto, that would be most of the way.
But this is Ubuntu, right? And it doesn't have the TDX guest image.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but this isn't from the, this is running, I think, the Amazon modified one, not the canonical TDX one that it does. On the other, like on our bare metal TDX instances, like we have a reference machine elsewhere that has the guest enclave there. But yeah, it's got a slightly different kernel, and
yeah,
I'm surprised when you did, because you did modprobe TDX, so there is a TDX module, which makes sense because it's using TDX somehow. So maybe just this guest has, the wrong version, or somehow has disabled or not included the relevant TDX device. Yeah, other than trying to compare against, the Ubuntu reference that does have it versus this one in Azure that doesn't. That's the only way I could think of to approach it.
Well, I can tell you that I've run, other than Ubuntu, I've run Red Hat confidential VMs with their image, and I've run the this Yocto VM and TDX, and all of them haven't been able. With all of them, the TDX guest attestation part, like the device didn't show up, and I know for a fact that at least this one, the VM image, it does have them included. And this is actually here somewhere. Yeah, here's the TDX guest driver.
Mm-hmm. So the driver's present.
Mm-hmm.
Is there some way to look at log messages from the driver? I mean, how is the driver present? I mean, if it was failing because you load the driver and it crashes, then okay, I wouldn't expect it there. But given that there is the TDX driver, but there's not any TDX guest image, that just seems surprising. And again, my point is that we have a Ubuntu that does have it, and we have this Ubuntu that does not have it. So by comparing those, and we might be able to figure out what it takes to make it show up.
Yeah, maybe we can. Yeah, let's look at the scripts. Let me just quickly fix this and
Okay.
check if we have those running. No, that didn't fix it, but I mean, we know what the problem is, and we can look later. Yeah. Does somebody want to take over for the moment? I need to take a small break. 2 minutes. I'm back.
So far, this looks actually very, very interesting with Yocto. If we can or end target would be like to have this complete reproducible build with all the binary. I think the next step would be to make it somehow in a Dockerized way. So basically everyone else could be able to reproduce it, because I think it's still using some kind of the host dependencies while building. So probably this should be also on the final agenda. And I would be interested also like in what's really included, like of course now we just saw like so there are many stuff that can be taken out, but what are the like this minimal yocto kernel, is it the most minimum thing that we can reach to, or is there like we can do more? And does it include, or can we include, or should we include the micro patches that Intel provides against some attacks, sidechain attacks, like the mitigation regarding Spectre and wait a second. Andrew is asking.
Yeah, I added myself.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah. So cool. So what do you think, Andrew, about the whole thing? I'm not sure if you were there from the start of the call. Maybe
Yeah, I caught up. I from the start of the caught up. I listened on 2x speed, and so I caught all of yeah, and I loved all the discussion that you had, especially on these reproducibility and attestation topics. Oh, and you know what it takes to make it to have an end-to-end guarantee when you consider updating the code, because you might want to apply an update, and maybe you apply the update to the builder binary that's in the image without having to restart it necessarily. But then what is it that your attestation is giving you? But that was
exactly
interesting discussion.
Exactly. That was also part of the discussion. So yeah, we mentioned you when you were not there regarding if you were able to or produce like a attestation code from a TDX, and I told them that you did.
Yep.
And yeah,
That's
we were
right.
looking into it. Yeah, we were looking into it because Frieder was looking at that repository, which is decommissioned from Intel. If you recall it, they were using this TDX guest device, which is now not anymore there. So yeah, that's why we mentioned that you might have more lights there that you can show us.
I mean, is that the case that it's decommissioned? I mean, like deprecated, like they're no longer, the plan is no longer to use the TDX device at all. And
that's a good question. So the repo itself, they said it's decommissioned and not being continued. So it shouldn't
the
be.
repo, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I assumed that was just moving somehow. I got that. I got that it was somehow a what to say about it, a tech preview, and that they haven't necessarily kept the tech preview, you know, fully you know, that ran for its thing, and now it's not necessarily the way it's going. But I wasn't sure that there was a specific deprecation, you know, thing on that. I know what you mean about the, well, I mean, and for that matter, this repo doesn't say it's decommissioned at all either. This canonical TDX here. I'm only sharing my terminal window, not my whole browser. But okay, so this one's not decommissioned, and this one makes available the device. So I'm not sure what you mean.
Yes, I mean we tried like to show these devices on one of the TDX instances on Azure, and they were not there. Like so that was a weird thing to see.
Well, how do you build? What Ubuntu do you start from? So I mean, you know, I'm running from, you know, a particular version of 2310 that has some host stuff in it that was, you know, Intel built and came with it. This is on like the Intel software development, yeah, an Intel provided environment that is bare metal. So I'm on this host here, and I have the ability to run my own entire thing from scratch. So I have the bare metal. This is the bare metal node then, basically.
Yes.
But I am running their recommended starting image, which has, you know, host support for TDX. And this Azure must be running some equivalent of, but completely opaque. You have no idea. They don't make any claim about, you know, what is Azure running as their host kernel. You know, that's behind the abstraction. That's part of their choice.
They're not even running Linux. It's Hyper-V. They're Windows Hyper-V.
when I follow the instructions for setting up a guest, there's a similar thing where, you know, it pulls a kernel or some things from some third party. So I'm not sure how to follow through those. I can try to, you know, redo what I did too. Actually, here I don't even see where I created the image, but there was a little build image thing here.
Yes.
Is it this?
I mean,
yeah, the create TD image.
yes.
Does this in some way start from a different base image? I mean, obviously the Yocto Linux is its own entirely separate base. Well, but for the Ubuntu that you have, for the Ubuntu in Azure, does it start from a meaningfully different base image? Is it possible to see where it likely, you know, diverges from, you know, from this? Like they use a different version of the TDX driver? I'm not sure if that's what.
That's a good question. I can test now actually with the ones that we are running. Let me look at it. So the one that we are running is an Ubuntu 22, not 23 for starter, and it's not the server version.
Mm-hmm.
It's the 22.04. So it's the desktop version. So they are definitely different. I was playing with these actually. Maybe it would be great later if you can give me access to this bare metal if I'm allowed to, because I'm creating some kind of scripts based on this canonical and trying to make a reproducible build where I can inject binaries using this repo. So I'm building on top of it. But I was more interested in what Frieder is doing with the yocto part because I want also something minimal. But I also wanted to play around attestation, and this repo was the only hope for me to test it. But I couldn't because I didn't have any hardware, and QEMU didn't help me either because my machine does not support TDX. So
Got it.
It ended in that.
Well, okay, as soon as I flip off here, I'll add you to this node so you have it to test. I mean, the way that I would proceed then is maybe we can look for how the code for, I mean, I believe that this is all just open and this is in the Ubuntu 23.10 stuff. So I'm not surprised if that's not available in the image that you have now. And that won't, for Azure, and that won't matter anyway if our goal is to make this available in Yocto. But if we look at how they instantiate that TDX guest device, then that can be how we go about adding it into Yocto, which is the maybe too hard for right now, but that's obviously, I guess, hopefully where we end up. And that'll shed light on what it takes to add it to there. And maybe for Azure, it's possible to run one of these, you know, something based on this instead. Maybe then that'll automatically have, you know, both ways of doing attestation.
Yeah, definitely.
And okay, yeah. Before I close my thing, I'll just show going through the attestation then. All right, so we have that TDX guest.
Oh, cool.
And from a user directory. I can't remember where what steps I followed to do. Okay, maybe this is something that's mentioned. It's just in their README steps that I followed. I don't know about this Intel Trust Authority stuff. That seems to me like the TDX version of IAS was with SGX and EPID and stuff. Like, you know, I think that that's one way of doing it, but then the quote library verification is better. So I think I skipped that one and just tried to get the okay, I should be looking. Okay. I think this is.
Yeah, after if you follow their steps, the setup of the attestation, they install these under that path, and then you can use it in order to generate an attestation.
Okay, so great. This is there, and I clearly had just done make this, and you can run this and probably sudo. Great. All right, and this. This
Yeah,
I
this
don't
is
care about
normal.
because I don't think I needed those. And yeah, so this did that whole thing, and then I had the quote, and then this is how I would generate these quotes, and then I did something for parsing and looking at the quotes. I think I remember trying to make Grameen. I don't have Grameen on the guest here, but this was parsable from the first inspection. This matched what we expected from the TDX decap quote format. So I know straight where to go from there. And then there's the quoting verification library. So that would be the next step to go for verifying those. Okay, I'll yield the screen share. But yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, so I don't know, like the next step, would we be able to reproduce what the TDX canonical, those scripts that are setting up the attestation part, could we just try to put them into Yocto and see if they would work out of the box, or would they require much more work? Because the script seems not so large, and what they are doing is not too heavy to what I saw.
Do you know
I don't
what exactly is required? Like, I mean, there's quite a few things running in those scripts.
Yes.
Like installing software.
They are doing several stuff. So I didn't go through script by script because I wasn't able to reproduce the attestation. But besides installing the software, setting up the guests with attestation, can you share your screen maybe to show the?
Yeah, 1 second.
They're adding their own software that does this libtdx attest dev and the CLI for it, and then they are doing the installation in that path that Andrew just showed us under user shared doc libtdx attest dev examples.
Are you talking about this script?
Let me see your screen. Yes. So for example, this is one of the scripts that is being copied into the VM through the cloud init. And the other, the guest tools where the create TD VM. And basically they copy all these scripts and then run them inside the VM as well in order to set it up after the first boot. And then afterwards you are able to use the TDX guest module and generate attestation as Andrew did. The question is now, if we have now this yocto that we bit baked and with all the binaries that we have since the start, maybe you could also like add these scripts as a cloud init, for example, that they are executed upon the first boot, because cloud init is only executed once after the first boot, and set it up to be able to generate attestations afterwards. So this would be probably the next step that we should do, see if yocto is compatible with these libraries that they are adding here. And if yes, then that would be great actually. Then we have a minimal yocto image with attestation libraries that we can generate quote.
So you see here, there's a libtdx attest dev. Exactly. Where did they get this from?
It's from the repository above that they are adding from Kobok team TDX release. So if I understood this correctly, this is an in-house implementation. Let me look where this is coming from.
Looks like a dev library, so it's just source code, right?
Yes. It's from the canonical team, by the way. Like, but let me check where it is coming from, if it's open source or not.
What is the TDX attest binary? Is that what you just ran?
I think this is the binary that speaks to the TDX guest module that generates the attestation for you.
I don't see anything yet that's enabling the TDX attest. Sorry, the TDX guest device.
It is, yeah, the device is being passed by the qemu command and the other. If you go to the guest tools folder on the left, no, on the left, or here, never mind. Here too, there is runtd.sh. I hope I'm not wrong, down, you are running the qemo command and you are passing some file. Yeah, exactly. You are passing here confidential guest support TDX above, then minus machine up,
I saw it.
39. And yeah, exactly. And here you are passing confidential guest support equal TDX. And I assume this qemo version, when you pass this command, I wasn't able to run this command because my qemo didn't support it. But I assume that this is basically what is enabling the device inside the VM
Okay.
upon startup.
One question. I don't remember. I also checked out this repository, but aren't they installing this chemo also from some patched repositories? Because I think vanilla chemo doesn't have this TDX support yet.
Yes, I mean in this repo they didn't mention to install specific chemo, but I would assume yes, you would require specific patched chemo. Maybe it is one of the setup in the setup scripts there, setup guest, setup TDX host. Maybe it's part of it where it's patching your chemo to take that patch probably and rebuild it. By the way, also line 38 minus object TDX guest. This was also I wasn't able to run it with this command, so I had to remove this as well in order to make my experimentation to work. But yes, I think these two additions to the qemo run command would make it TDX aware and run the right.
But you're aware that we cannot do this on Azure because we don't have access.
Yes, exactly. So this is the question here of those setup files, those setup. Okay, you are meaning in general that Azure is not enabling these for you. I wonder.
I mean, we also don't know that they're not, right? It's possible that it's something on the guest side, like this is host side.
Exactly.
And it's possible that the host is doing everything sufficient and we just need to do something on the guest side to have the TDX guest device appear.
Exactly. Also, to my understanding from this repo, that you only can generate the attestation after you boot your machine and then generate it from within the machine. But I would like to experiment how would I generate this measurement without booting this machine. Like if I can build the image and then from outside generate the measurement, this would be actually more DevX better, like for the DevX than just booting the image once to generate the measurement and then close it. Because yeah, I wouldn't expect everyone that is trying to use service running in TEE to build reproducibly the image and then reboot it once to get the measurement and then do the attestation. This would be too much.
Yeah, I definitely think that you shouldn't have to run a TDX image and do the attestation step just to figure out what the reference value should be. You definitely don't have to in SGX.
Exactly. And I want to have something like that. I want to build it if it's not even there. Maybe we can look into ways to expose it if we use the specs, if they offer such a thing, and we can build it on our own.
I found that there was an Ubuntu package that is Linux modules. I mean, I found this by searching for the repo for issues in that canonical TDX repo, but I don't know, maybe it's relevant. I'm just suggesting other things that are troubleshooting that might add support for the TDX guest device client guest side. So clearly TDX is there, but maybe there's something simple to add the TDX guest.
What are you looking at, Frieder? This is interesting.
This is the initial Linux patch for enabling TDX guest support. And it's actually just talking about the report generation. And I'll give you another, just to give you an idea. So this is Constellation enabling their TDX for Azure. And they mentioned something here.
I have the links to all the patches that Intel tried or tries or is trying to upstream. I'm gonna share it here.
So this is what they said end of last year. their early evaluation results is they're missing a feature, which is exactly this. It's not possible to access the TD report within Azure, and that's a missing requirement for the remote attestation. And if you've read the Slack channel, like the sub messages for the attestation that I've been talking to with Andrew, we figured out that you can get the TD report for the VTPM VM, but you can't so that there you can get an attestation and a TD code for this one, but you can't get it for the actual VM you're running. And
Okay.
it's like Azure is just using their own remote attestation and telling you, yes, you're running inside of a TDX VM. So that's the idea I have from it now. I just wanted to check here this patch whether or not we need to add anything additionally to get the TDX guest module running, or how we could verify whether it's running or not.
Interesting. So, if I understood correctly, this post is from end of 2023, so it's quite recent. But maybe they did some changes for that. But if not, my first thought is if we have some connections there that we can reach out and ask them. But yeah, this seems like, if I understood you also correctly, that it means that when we are attesting, is actually we are not really attesting our VMs that we are running there. We are basically attesting their VTPMs. So basically their cloud, it's kind of cloud attestation more or less, not really VM attestation.
Yeah,
So
we're attesting their VTPMs, and we don't have the source code for that. We might have. There's a VTPM image on GitHub that supports reproducible builds. We could check whether that's the same.
okay, so it's kind of
That's
blind
the
attestation even.
I'm sorry?
So it's kind of type of a blind attestation even, like we are just attesting against an image that they created without being able to inspect it, right? Like,
Yeah,
so
it's a
basically,
bit crazy. I don't understand it yet, and we definitely need somebody from Azure explaining this to us, because yeah, it doesn't make sense.
yeah, it doesn't make sense for attestation purposes if it's like this. But yeah, we should definitely be able to reach to the TDX guest module to be able to generate this TD report. Otherwise, yeah, this is not the way to do it. Or at least I don't see a way, or like this is just like kind of trust me issue.
Yeah, and I just see this is the wrong patch I'm looking for. It says here support for the TD report generation already exists in the TDX driver.
Could it be possible that you have to install this driver manually on your VM machine upon boot, upon the first startup?
No, it's a Linux driver, and
Okay.
so
Can you tell me about the TDX module in the Ubuntu, that you have? I'm curious if we can look up the version of it. I mean, all the things that I can tell basically say, looking for the TDX guest device is the main way to check if you've got the TDX driver. And clearly we have some kind of TDX, mod probe that's present, but I wonder if it comes with a version number or something like that.
I think this is the TDX driver. If I'm mod probe it doesn't give me any errors. So my guess is, and I couldn't find it as a module, so I guess it's not added as a module, but directly within the kernel. That's just.
Can we look at the packages that are installed, like for well, it's going to give something to search for that had TDX, but the one that I'm thinking of, I mean, with the TDX or with the canonical TDX Ubuntu one, it's this Linux modules extra package.
Yeah, let's have a look.
This is in the setup TDX guest.sh. Yeah.
I'm not gonna do this on the production machine. Maybe we should do it on a different one. I don't know, this could easily mess up the whole system and then we don't have any TDX builder anymore. So
Maybe we
Yeah,
could
fair.
could we somehow maybe Mateusz could we just run create a new instance for TDX, just a minimal one, not very like big, and just for playing around purposes for the attestation and breaking it and bricking it and so on.
I mean I can do that.
Sure.
So yeah, let's do this. I would say like let's just create a new instance, very minimal one. We don't need 500 gigs of RAM just to break it, and see if we can get in this TD report or TD guest module running. This would be great actually. If we can manage this. Here, the images that you can select from, which is the latest one that you are able to have? Because the TD canonical, they start with 24, I think, or 23. Oh, the latest 22. Interesting. See all images. Maybe they are more.
Aren't we just building our own images, or we're
No, we're just taking these ones. So there's a Red Hat and a Ubuntu. And that's it.
Could we provide here Ubuntu 24?
I saw 24.
But it's not the server word, but it's okay. We can use this, I think.
How can I use it?
By selecting the one. If you go back, there was a select. Yeah.
No, it's not compatible.
Oh wow. Okay. So these are the recently used. Is there a compatible one for confidential VM, like Ubuntu confidential VM 24?
No, I search for and no, I don't see any.
Okay, that's sad.
This.
Is there a way? Is there a way where we can provide them our own built image of Ubuntu? Like if we pass them this, for example, the one that we just built.
Yeah, there's a possibility. It's possible, yeah.
I wonder if we can follow the TDX canonical steps where we can create the TDX VM, guest VM, and then put it up there instead and see if that will expose the TDX guest instead. That would be. What do you think, Andrew? I think that should probably allow it.
Yeah, that would be yeah, if you just upload your own guest image and that's one of the options, then that would let's ever think of that.
Yeah, exactly. Because when we upload it there, then it will include also the setup files of the attestation that they add in the canonical, so we can directly run them up and see what will happen.
Okay, so these are the only images that pop up with confidentiality. If I search for confidential, and this one I tested and it didn't work. So we can only of the images available from canonical. This is the only one that works.
Well, I mean, when you said you ran the 2401, did you run the setup TDX guest things?
No, it's
to follow?
If I add this here, it will just say no, you cannot add it. It's not supported.
Oh well.
Yeah, it's not confidential, not configured.
Oh wow. Okay, and presumably if we just upload our own image, it also won't. Yeah, I'm confused then.
It should, because then we are giving a configured one from Azure, from the canonical repo itself. So basically, it's being configured, but where I don't see here the option where we can upload our own image. Maybe Frieder knows.
Yeah, there's an option. We can upload one, but that's quite a complex thing. You need to have your own image gallery, which I have configured. So, but you need a VHD file, and that VHD file needs to be in a special format. And yeah, we can do it, but it's going to take more time than we have left.
I see. Okay, no problem. But would be definitely beneficial to try if we have the time for later, not today, but at some point, because it would be interesting to see if we can achieve this on Azure and expose the module.
Yeah, I mean, the plan is I'm just gonna start this VM and then I'm gonna
run the scripts directly.
Yeah.
I assume they won't work because they expect. I think somewhere I read that they expect Ubuntu 23 and above, not 22. But let me check this again just to be sure. I don't want to give false info.
I mean, there should be no problem in well, this is running the guest image, not the host. I just got confused about the difference between this and the SDP. Yeah.
Yeah, at some point they put requirements for this and then requirement for that, and then you get confused between the two. But yeah, you're right. It should be just for the host. All right, then it should be working.
Okay.
Let's go.
Oops.
Sudo.
Yeah, I just saw an issue here.
What does it say? Yeah, exactly. That's what I saw somewhere. So I'm not sure if it's gonna work out of the box now. But we shall see.
I'm not sure if we're wasting a lot of time here, because
You mean if it explicitly says this, then it might not work, right?
no, I mean like, so Canonical provides a Ubuntu image for TDX on Azure. And explicitly, and if I mod prop the TDX guest, there's no error. So I'm guessing it's built inside of the kernel. Let me think about this.
I wonder if it's suppressed error somehow.
No, I'm just thinking, what if Hyper-V, like what if Azure has not enabled this in their Hyper-V implementation of TDX? What if that's the reason why we're seeing this? What if it's the reason is actually that it's a preview, and that's why we can't get the TD quotes in this way, but we have to get it in another way or something like that.
I mean, even the other way is not really getting the TD quote. You are getting the VTPM quote somehow. Not
We're getting the VTPM quote, but maybe yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's clear that TDX that attestation, requires this extra support from the host. So it's not yeah, exactly what you suggested, Peter, is I think a very likely.
Yeah.
That's a
So should we go further into this path, or should we just accept that we need more info and we need to talk to Azure and other people who might know? And I mean, that would save us more time, and they can tell us, look, this is the case, this is what's going on, and then
I would suggest that if we have, what we want to be able to figure out how to do is how to have the guest support in Yocto anyway. So I would, even if we don't need Azure to go down that path.
Yes.
Well, there's guest support in Yocto already.
Including the TDX guest device?
Yes.
Oh. Can we finish attestation on Yocto then? We already have the TDX guest device there. Okay, yeah, then the only thing next should be to run that sample code, which is just that
that's
with
the
TDX
issue.
attest package.
The TDX guest like the kernel driver for TDX guest is in the kernel for the Yocto image, but if I run it on Azure, I'm not seeing the attestation device.
But maybe
Right, let's try running it on one of the other hosts.
Or let's try to run it on the bare metal that Andrew has. So basically, we can run it there. It's already set up.
Sure. Okay.
But now you already run the script and it went through without any errors. Could you see where, like, if you can see the device somehow, or if you can see that path that is installed, where you can go to the examples and maybe generate the quote? Maybe. Who knows? Most probably it won't work, but
it looks like it just added some modules and some kernel configuration. I might need to reboot.
Restart. Yeah, I need to reboot. Also, another question. So you mentioned that you can do mod probe TDX guest and it doesn't fault, which I saw with you earlier today. The question is, if we try now from within a TDX virtual machine on Azure to read, like, to use that device from the library that Andrew showed us, would it say like device not found, or would it still be like
it will say device not found. The device not there.
But still, like, the mod probe was actually enabling it somehow, but not really enable. Okay, I see. It was suppressed down. I wonder what's the rational decision behind this from their side.
I don't know. We need to figure out, but I think we're wasting time here.
Yeah. All right, then let's try the bare metal now, since we already have a host already configured and the image is already built. Just the QEML command.
One second. So these are the images that we have at this point. Are you able to boot .vic images, Andrew? On the bare metal?
On the bare metal. Not sure how. Not sure.
Okay, I might be able to provide you. What do you need? What is it? QCow or something? What do you need?
To boot a TD guest from the bare metal host. Yeah, QCows, I think.
Okay. Let's see. No, it's two, right?
Yeah, QCow too.
And can you copy it over to your place? The bare metal? Is it possible?
Yeah, I think that should work. Do you have I thought I already added you on this, and I know I just added Mo now. I'm trying to make sure he's set up.
Yeah, I recall Frieder got access to it. You got added to it, Frieder, I think 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago.
Yeah, I remember as well. I don't think I've followed the setup.
I can share with you the command that once Andrew shared with you how to log into it.
Do I need a password? Because then I need to stop sharing.
I didn't need Andrew gave me a
I did
password.
it by SSH key.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
So I just need the username and IP address. Can you share that with me?
Yes, let me fetch it. Where was that? It was a while ago, apparently. Yeah, I saw the conversation. Let me see. Was this one? Yeah, for some reason I can see that the discussion was far away in the past.
I'll have a look as well. Okay, I have access. And I've built the image. I'm gonna start sharing again.
Cool.
There's yeah, that's the QCal image. Just the most recent one. But I'm not sure. I need all of this, like proxy command and stuff like that. Can I just SCP?
SCP should work. I have this just for the little page kite thing that I have. I've added those parameters rather than a one line. I can show you what I add to my SSH config, and then SCP works. So,
Okay, so SCP like this doesn't work. Okay.
there's a way to make it in a one line, but you almost have to pass the SSH. You have to pass it slightly differently. It's easier if I just show you the
Yep, please.
first here.
Do you want to share your screen, or do you are you going to paste it in the chat?
I was going to paste for you in Slack.
Can you place it in the chat?
Probably. Yeah, I can do that.
Oh. It works.
Cool.
That's slow. Where's it located?
This is in California. And it's basically locked down, so I don't have any good way to share it except by this page kite outgoing tunnel thing.
Is it from Intel, or where did you get the?
Yeah, from Intel.
But it's only how long do you get the access for a month, or how long?
I'm going to do internship project on it, so maybe they'll extend it for me, but don't know yet.
Yeah, okay. Sure. Is that where you're going to extend the TDX module to get the AX notify?
Yeah, exactly. That's the main hope for it.
This is such a nice project.
Totally.
So you're going to build something similar to VM exit notify, like VM aware of exiting and re-entering?
Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like what AAX notify does for SGX, you know, do TDX notify for the same reason. And ideally use AEX notify not just to prevent single stepping like its main use is, but also use it to prevent, you know, you can abort if you can detect a page fault has occurred, which would indicate an access oracle being exploited. And so same kind of thing in TDX would be the goal.
It would be actually
you know, but there shouldn't be anything distinct about this environment, this SDP environment. So like the Alibaba one, I mean, Azure seems to be the odd one out that has their own interlayer where, you know, you submit a guest image to them and they take care of the running it for you. Like the Alibaba one and OVH seem to be closer to this, where you have access to the host and it's up to you to run your own QEMU instruction to run your TD.
The problem is with OVH, we don't have any kind of cloud attestation. So a TDX server running with an OVH is the same thing as running it in your side channels lab.
I see what you mean. You can't, so they don't. I was thinking that, I mean, I take what you're saying to mean that they don't provide a way that's, you know, streamlined at least, or that, you know, you can tell that you can certify that this is an OVH node.
Yeah.
But I was wondering whether or not there's a way to retrofit one. They might not, you know, try to make it impossible. It's just not a feature that they've added. But maybe there's some plausible ways to give some evidence.
I think this is a really interesting project to have something I don't know, some kind of way for cloud providers to prove that the TDX VM is actually running within their realm. That could actually be implemented as software and as part of the code within the VM, like if we could if OVH would run a server that lets you connect and you can from the TDX VM you can connect and you can just check the latency. But again, the answer from OVH must be in this in a way that you can verify that it's actually coming from OVH. Yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But isn't this orthogonal a little bit regarding the attestation itself? Like, if you can attest the VM itself, and this would be one thing, and attesting that this is running on an OVH machine, this is something not part of, like, it's separate, orthogonal to the attestation process itself, right? Like, or complementary, I would say, but not really attestation specific, if I'm not wrong.
No, it's complementary. So cloud attestation, it just helps you to verify that
it's running on that premise. Yeah, but in general, this is also a main problem. Like, it's not TDX problem; it's also SGX problem. So
yeah,
you also, yeah. If I have a rack here running your SGX, you wouldn't know if it's a AWS or some rack somewhere.
So just copying over the image, I've removed the RBuilder and Reth and the flower binary, and it's a little bit more than 10 megabytes of size. It's quite small.
Yeah, that's small, but not unikernel small.
No. Andrew, do you want to take over from here? I think you have the QEMU commands set up and you know how to start it, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Sure.
The command can
yeah,
be
let's
taken
just
from the.
I can do that. Because I'll just go copy this and kind of place it where the other QCal is, and we'll either rename them or change how it's run in the script. I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you have serial console? Do you have a serial console to access when you start the QEMU?
What do you mean?
Well,
Oh,
just
yeah, when I run it, it suggests, it prints a little message to recommend connecting by SSH. And so, yeah, I think you're right. I don't think I have that. Yeah, I'm sure I can figure out how to deal with it. We'll start with, okay, maybe I'll start looking around an image and then do run. So I'll just copy over from yours.
I wonder if you need to run this command that created the image, because some part of it's doing vert customize on the image itself to add the setup files and the attestation files and running them in Cloud Init and so on. Maybe in this case, I don't know. Maybe you don't need to do this. Maybe you can just run it and clone the repository and install.
no, it's a CVM dash image. It starts CVM dash image.
No, I see. It's not that.
Yes, this one.
Okay. Are these all? Are they all plus X? I don't know if that's important. And okay. Okay. So I was simply going to change it like this. All right. That should be the only difference.
It might not work out of the box because of the setup of the image setup, right? Because it's creating the guests and so on, the user. But maybe I'm wrong.
It's probably the it will fail because it will have setting up the networking. Is there a way you can access the console?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can just tell me what to do. I didn't pay close enough attention to the QEMU functions you would be running, but I assume that that's something I can just do through here.
Can you remove the demonize? It's in the behind no graphic.
I see. I don't know if that's going to work, but let's see here. Okay.
What's this error? Discarding RAM in private file mapping. Okay. In what way we are discarding RAM and private files? Frieder?
I don't know. I would like to just see the error again, but discarding RAM.
There it is. No, I'm not sure. This temp TDX guest TD log probably is the file that is dumping.
Oh. No, it has KVM acceleration enabled.
Just to see if it's working, Andrew, can you go to the run td sh file again and comment out a couple of lines just to see if it works? Can you go down to the minus object TDX? This comment, if you want to comment this out. And also in the line downwards, there is this memory encryption equal TDX. If you can also remove it or just comment it out. And then run the virtual machine without it, because this way you would be running it without TDX aware, like without TDX virtual machine support, just to see if it runs and if it's just regarding, is it a TDX problem in general?
That's a
I don't
good
know what's
point.
happening. Because if it runs now, it means what happened? Suddenly this error is happening everywhere.
What is GTK? Why is it trying to initialize GTK? No, you're not trying to.
Because I was able to run the without the minus object and without that thing and the minus machine, and it still worked.
What
But
are
I had demonized inside. You can add the demonize now and see if it would work.
No, the demonize won't work because you won't be able to SSH inside because there's a networking error with the image.
Okay. Then let me let's see if it's regarding the changes now it's erroring or regarding something else. Okay. I don't know why it's failing. That's weird. Maybe
I don't have the no default. Maybe you can remove that one.
Which one?
No defaults.
I have it.
And then there's how about like what is the process and debug threads on? Oh, that's not.
Wait a second. I think I know why. Let me share with you something, Andrew. the minus machine at the end, this memory backend RAM-L, can you change it to, can you remove it and put HPET equal off? No, remove the, yeah, exactly, and then HPET equals off, comma, exactly. And then no, you didn't add HPET equals off, like only HPET equals off. The memory encryption, you remove it because it's also TDX specific. The memory backend, I think. What's this? This object thingy. Well, I think there is a delay. So just remove the memory backend equals HPET. This is not necessary. And the line below it seems wrong. This is all wrong. Yeah, I would remove it. This whole line, I would remove it. Yes, exactly.
I think you have to re-enable the name stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, and also the no defaults. Or never mind. Yes. You're too quick for my stream. Still failing. Okay, so this
What does it
this
mean?
error.
GTK initialization. What's GTK?
GTK is the graphics toolkit. I'm still baffled that that shows up at all.
Yes.
Can you
Click GTK initialization.
can you add a dash no VGA as an
Good
option?
idea.
And try it.
Okay, I will give you my command in the
Oh,
chat.
graphing. Okay.
I sent you the command in the chat that you can replace with this in the script
Oh,
completely.
okay.
And try it now instead of this. What you have, replace it with it and just see if it's gonna make a difference, because this is what I'm running to run it on my laptop without TDX. Like I made it like a just to make a reproducibility here.
You just run this anyway. Yeah. Okay. So this is a good starting point.
Yeah.
Great.
This one should be working. It's not? Or what's happened? Maybe the indentation or something?
No, it says, I mean, everything says fine.
Yeah.
You
So
need
now
to
you can.
remove or demonize again.
Is it using the same TD image? Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, okay.
It is.
That's the, okay.
So can you
I want to get
SSH
rid of the
now?
demonize. Yeah. Do you think SSH would work?
No, you can SSH now, and I think it should. If it's running, then it means that
No, it's not going to. It will have difficulty setting up the networking device, so you can use demonize.
Ah, so okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if it now works for some reason, then it would only mean that this yocto image is not TDX aware for some reason, and it's not like, yeah. Some changes should be done in. What happened now? For me, it's kind of frozen. Interesting.
What am I expecting? I mean, maybe it's still stuck on the network if you think that's
Could it be the networking stuff, Peter?
No. Don't think so.
So it's a different issue. By the way, Would you try on your site reader if you can run the image directly with your QEMU, like with the normal commands, and see if it would work from like by chance?
Yeah, we've been doing this the whole time, running it in QEMU.
Yeah, but not the QCow too, right? Different type we were running.
Okay, do you think it's the imaging of the QCow? I don't know, the moving it like converting the image to QCow.
Maybe after we tried,
Oh.
not after. Maybe.
I can just, yeah, I mean, I could do it.
Just to rule out some potential outliers.
Oh, and I canceled the script. It reports similar trouble, I guess.
I guess it's somewhere looping inside, doing some.
No, it boots for me.
It boots for you, okay. So some of those commands are. Yeah, I see you added. Yeah.
If you check out my I also pasted the command, which is how I run it in QEMU in the chat. You could try using that, but it introduces some stuff that we might need to change.
You pasted it in the Zoom chat?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's older. It's above most.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, but you need to change probably some kind of passes there in the file home Ubuntu reader pokey.
Yeah, you can remove some stuff. Like I don't think you need the USB devices.
But then you can run this directly here without changing the script, Andrew. You can run QEMU run QEMU and pass
You
these.
just run it, right? Yeah, no real reason to. Sure. I don't think I picked up the whole thing. Hold on.
And also there is the file path to the image. Probably should change, which is here the Freeder Pokey build.
Yep.
There's quite a few things you need to change. I would probably add it to the script.
Here, this looks like it's incomplete. If you meant that you just pasted the arguments that come after the QEMU,
Yes.
then that's fine. But okay.
The way it's configured here, it's expecting a network device, a tap device that's already set up by a different script. So this one you would also remove. I think for beginners, this doesn't matter. We don't need networking.
This whole net dev? Okay.
Yeah, you can just remove it.
All right. This whole thing then for networking, yeah. Okay.
I'm not sure if we need the random number
That sounds
generator.
good. I want to do cryptography.
Okay. Yeah, that stuff. You would probably want to give it the
I can remember, yeah.
So.
All right, that should pick up that one.
Oh well, no, you need to give it the QCow, not the raw format.
Oh, I'll go fix that in a second. So hit enter. USB tablet keyboard. Flash. You have this other one, a second one.
Oh, that's the UEFI and you'll probably you have added that as well, but in a different way.
Okay, so that's something also that's in the images file, but I think it just hadn't changed. I'll also go double check that one in a second. CPU, that stuff I don't know.
Yeah, I think.
I'm gonna load those and get wrong files. Okay. Keep that to just image. And then is there an OVMH or something? I'm not sure what to put for this, or just remove it.
Check your TD run TD script. It mentions an OVH OVMF.
Or you can
Yeah,
use the
yeah,
one
the
that
TDVF firmware. Well, it says BIOS. That's different, right?
No, that's yeah. What is in the TDFV firmware argument?
this thing I just posted in the chat. The user share OVMF file descriptor.
Okay. Well, yeah, maybe you can just remove then the drive. Yeah, I mean maybe you can just add it like that.
Okay, I'll remove the drive and add it like that, and then I'll put that name in. What came next?
OVMF.
OVMF. No, small OVMF, the first one. And now.
Oh hell yeah, I want pcac.snakeoil. All right. Was I too clever there? That didn't pick this up. Okay, got further.
Complains about a failed boot.
How do you break out? Oops. I went further than I meant to.
All right, Tim, do you have any idea?
Yeah, maybe pass this as a kernel command line. I just pasted in the chat.
A Q is missing at the start from the QMO command.
Oh yeah.
Okay, no.
Yeah. But I see this command has two serial arguments which were missing in the run TD script. Maybe these are the ones that will allow us to have a serial console.
No, but now the problem is that the boot device is not there, or Kimo thinks that it's not there.
Device. Yeah, because here we're defining a bias, and in the other one it's
Wait, why the format is raw? It should be qcow. So the if equals none, blah blah blah, and the very end of this should be qcow too.
That's true.
Was the error we saw consistent with it getting stuck there? I could just remove that.
Come again? Yeah.
Ooh.
Here we go.
Incredible.
But still, yeah, this is still, by the way, this is without, no, root, login is root, and without password. Yeah, this is, however, without TDX parameters for the QEMU. I wonder if we pass now the TDX parameter, if we make it TDX aware, if that would be, it would make it run or not.
Yeah, definitely. Let's try it.
So the ones that you commented out earlier, Andrew, from the scripts, that the minus object TDX and so on, if you can add them to this command,
Add
you
those.
just execute it.
Okay.
And then minus machine as well. There was also something for the memory encryption. If you can add them to it, test.
Yeah.
Probably.
I'll do this so I can get it from the script. This should be good enough for that.
And the format
this-
raw. The format.
What's
raw
the
is
best
still there.
way to kill QEMU?
Control A and then X.
Great.
And can you also remove this CPU Ivy bridge, because that's the ancient one? It should copy the host config.
Okay.
And why are we adding this USB tablet and USB keyboard?
Yeah, we can remove it.
Yeah. The TDX part is missing though. The object.
Yeah, I'll add that next.
No such a file directory.
I'm wondering maybe the key GTK initialization is something failing before the QEMU system command.
I have a great way to sort myself out of this. I can go back to my reference for a second. What do we specifically want to try again to get further? Oh, just adding in the TDX objects, right?
Yeah, the TDX objects, and in the machine, there was also an extra thing that you can pass
Yeah,
for
this
the.
section. Yeah, the CPU. Make sure that's still good. Okay, and all right. Object TDX guest ID TDX. That's the main one.
And the one in the machine as well, which is no, not here.
H
If you go
cutoff?
up, no, up. If you go up to the original
The
one.
memory encryption?
Yes, memory
Okay.
encryption and the memory backend. These two are.
Okay. All right. Well, even before that, I get this was adding in the object TDX.
It's panicking.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So this means the yocto image is not TDX aware somehow, not configured for TDX.
Are you
Wait,
sure
what?
you didn't enable the memory encryption? Maybe that's the reason.
Yeah.
Let's try adding the memory encryption. Maybe that's the reason. Let's make it fully. That's a good point. The split part is also missing, I see, in this minus machine. How was it again?
Kernel IRQ
kernel.
chip.
Yes.
All right. So we don't have the definition of the back memory. So we need to do
The memory backend we had. Okay. Interesting.
okay, so we have so we define a memory object. This one's
This
private.
is the
Is there
thing.
an alternative?
I think this is something that you did, Andrew, right? Because this is not in the main repo. Or am I wrong? At least in my part, I don't have it. Let me check.
Can you add that object, the memory backend RAM?
I didn't.
Because if I
command, because
I think
I mean,
so.
it's complaining about this missing, right? One line.
Okay.
I don't know. It's complaining about that.
Let me share with you here, Andrew. You can maybe look. So this is in the main repo of the canonical TDX, and in this script they don't have that completely. This line. They also don't use the RAML. They use
Okay. RAM1.
They don't have it at all actually. They use confidential minus guest minus support equal TDX. This is why I was confused what you had there. The memory encryption is not
Where
even
did I
there.
get that from?
Yeah, exactly. I was confused why you have such a different configuration.
That's because it's coming from the older branch that was default.
Maybe.
Before the default branch was 23, Ubuntu 23, and now the default branch is 24, and the startup script is different.
That makes sense.
Which version?
Well,
2023 or 24?
Let's use 23 as a reference. It's closer to our distro.
So let's use this.
Unless you, Andrew, used scripts from 24 branch for configuring the TDX host.
I don't think I did. So I think that this will all be, everything I'm on here is the 23.1 version.
So the memory encryption, I'm not sure if this should be equal to TDX.
I mean, I assume this is about whether it's using like private memory backends. I'd expect this is something that we have to configure like that.
Okay.
So we could either defer that for now or try to include it. But it wouldn't surprise me if that has to, you can have meaningful TDX attestation even without using that. So in a way, I consider that a good optional one, especially if we're getting close to attestation working potentially. And so it is still panicking. And only removing the TDX guest object, right, was making that difference.
Yes. So that's why I wanted to check if it's TDX issue or a normal image issue.
But we didn't add the RAM object. So we only added TDX, right? But we didn't configure the RAM object, whatever that means.
You mean RAM L object?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they are like if the two are at the same time necessary to be, but maybe broken pipe.
Oh man.
Why? What's happening?
I don't know. Maybe whatever I'm using as a front end isn't saturated or something.
At least that what they do in the 23 branch of the repository. They configure both the memory backend and then the device.
Okay, it seems to be panicking in any way, with or without TDX. So something is wrong.
Yeah.
Can we?
Yeah, that's right.
There are two -m options at least that I see conflicting.
What's that?
-m.
Which
So
one?
you pass memory 128.
Oh, I see 128.
It's 2 times.
You don't need that many, so you can make it smaller.
Second.
Well, that's probably too much. Not enough.
Okay, well, this is now I'm lost because I know that we did get further before. I have to go see what all has changed. I think we made a couple of changes at a time then actually. We removed all those USB devices for one.
But that still would work. I think that was the last one that actually worked.
All right, maybe I do need to go debug this.
Maybe change the minus memory from 128 gigs to 8 gigs. Because, but yeah.
Yeah, I might also go and try to make it. I felt more comfortable working from the script now, although clearly the script does have a lot of
Issues.
issues in it, but you know, those aren't. I could just copy the QEMU to another script also.
Would it be much more troubles if we make the machine the host and make the host Ubuntu 24 and update everything to the up-to-date canonical ones just in case, or what do you think about this? Because it seems this run TD sh now is much more seamless, like that they define only one flag that sets it to TDX aware.
Yeah, that's reasonable too. We can go through that.
But yeah, definitely we should check out if this yocto image is actually TDX aware or not, and if yes, it's perfect. If not, then probably we should do much more investigation on how to set up the kernel inside the yocto image, I think. Why there 2 times minus m? Ah yeah, never mind.
I don't remember seeing those serial things present in one of the versions here.
Interesting. After the object in the second line, you didn't add the slash at the end.
Thanks. All right, so that's still panic causing.
Could it be that there's an instance of QEMU is running still from the previous run that you started and not exited correctly, and then when you're running it again, it's basically flashing?
That's quite possible. You know, one of the things that the run TD would do is try to kill a bunch of stuff, and so maybe I get that running from that script, but not otherwise.
Yeah. Then maybe we could fetch in the PS if there is some kind of a process running and kill it ourselves.
Maybe that just isn't
Or you can restart the machine.
Yeah, what could I look for?
You can do PS minus AUX, I think, and then grep. Because it's still gonna be too much. Grab something regarding QEMO. Nothing. I'm not sure if it turned out to be a zombie process. Tries to see in htop if your memory is being used for something else. No. So you are using 10 gigs of memory for some process.
Yeah.
It seems. Could it be the one?
You think so? You're just saying that because I've got that much in total that it could be from.
I mean,
There's some small memory. Well, there's quite a lot.
Containers running. But I mean, it might have. Maybe he's doing something with that much.
Can you just remove the random generator? I know you like it, but
Sure.
I think the
Get
second
rid of
one.
those two. Yeah.
No. Where does it stop?
wait a second. You ran run td, not the run2 script, right?
Yeah. I mean, just because I wanted to pick up its cleaning, killing stuff.
Yes.
Well, because I'm not running daemonize right now, I really am not. I don't think that that's happening.
Yeah.
I think that I'm still just not picking up some. I mean, I got one of these to run. We don't know that it's not just a option that I haven't picked and record with all these, which they were. Yeah, I could start from. This was it that I start from, and within 2 got it to work and log in. I think it was copying Frieder's.
Maybe try the one where USB is still enabled.
I think I have I think all of those are still present in the last one I tried. Yeah, all the USB is present here. Those are all the same.
Can you give me the SHA hash of the QCOP file? One second, I need to get it from myself as well.
Where this machine I8042 comes from?
Yeah, that was what it was in Frieders when I started copying from it.
Can I try to remove this?
Yeah, let me see if the CPU Ivy bridge works. That's the only thing I've changed. Okay, not that. No, obviously I'm in the wrong. Mess of confusing myself.
Do you have the SHA-256 sum of the image?
Yeah, you want to paste it in the chat?
Yeah, let me paste it in the chat.
Yeah, that's the correct one.
That's the correct one, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so CPU Ivy bridge seemed important.
Can you pass CPU host? Because Ivy bridge.
Yeah, sure.
Let me check the actual. Yeah.
Like CPU host.
It will take the CPU, the host CPU architecture if you do this, I think.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
that's
all,
good.
and all the features.
Yes, and all the feature of the host, yeah. Cool. Now, if we add the TDX stuff, would it still panic? I think because
Yeah,
we
so try
removed this.
this now.
Yeah, I think we removed this Ivy with while adding the TDX stuff. That's why. And also the regarding the memory encryption.
Yeah.
Which is up the main one, right?
Yeah, give a moment.
So it just crashes and throws you out of the machine.
Yeah, I'm certain that this is something happening at my front end proxy thing that I have to.
See.
It seems intermittent, but I gotta resolve that. Okay, so get the TDX and then also the RAM thing. All right, that memory backend object. Well, I mean, I was thinking that we could first add the TDX object, and I don't think that you need to use the private RAM.
Okay, we can start with this. Did it start at least?
I think I left some junk in. Okay, now it says warning, host doesn't support requested feature. That looks interesting.
Bit
Why is it
You need to change the machine stuff as well. No,
like also like that? That was the only other.
No.
no,
no.
The one you have up more up. That's the one you
I
took.
see.
Yeah, I need to take the original one, which was yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
It.
This line and also the line 2 lines below it, the minus object memory backend RAM ID RAM1 size 2
Yeah,
gigabyte.
okay, I got that one. I got that one here, but I thought that I could add that second because I think that that's optional. I think you shouldn't need that to have the
You added it in the wrong line. I think you should add it exactly there. Yeah. Exactly. But now if you don't do that line, it will tell you RAM-L is not defined or RAM1.
But why don't I just remove this?
You can. Why not? Let's try it.
Yeah, I'll stay here because I think that this is likely to, work. But let me first start with without those and without that,
Without TDX.
and I should be able to add those fast. But, yeah.
Oh, here we go.
See if it's only the adding that device that does it.
I
Just
don't
make sure I'm not
recall.
introducing something else.
In the original one, I don't recall you have i800. Yeah, exactly. This one is not there. It was something else.
You still have maybe there's still a VM running.
Doesn't seem like it. Oh boy. Okay, I'm missing
Now it's exactly as it was before, right?
I think so. Yeah, now what am I missing?
White complaints about GTK again.
Oh, did I still have the object TDX then maybe? I mean, maybe that's right now I have nothing in there that's yeah, very confused now.
Is it failing because of the chemo command or because of the GTK error?
Yeah, maybe it's something in the script above. Can you add an echo just before the chemo?
No, I've lost it. Not sure what up.
You still have the object TDX guest.
Could we have this on video? I can probably look at the recording when I saw the screen where it would have worked. I'm still looking at this and not seeing anything that's different since the last time that it was working. I removed the USB stuff, but that clearly still worked after that.
Oh,
I've been doing that with argument order not working. Guess that's possible.
Okay, I found the exact moment in the video where it was running. Let me.
You know, we figured out that the hash marks is the problem. Can't
what
comment out line. I can't comment out lines in the middle of.
Yeah,
a
I
bunch
asked
of
about this.
lists.
I asked about this, and I wasn't sure that this is causing the problem actually. But yeah, apparently it's weird.
Yeah, there we go.
Nice, cool. So now we can continue with the TDX experimentation. So we can add the object TDX and then the machine stuff. Yeah. But yeah, you are missing the machine stuff, right?
Yeah, I'll add a little at a time, I think. Actually, this I don't understand what that is.
Oh.
Right, that came in only when I added this.
I think it's when you added the other one, yes, the minus object memory backend RAM. Well, that's weird.
It's complaining about. It sure looks like it's a white space issue, but which white space? It's like one of these tab and not space, and that's.
Not here. That
Wow.
yes. You cannot tab after the slash.
I wouldn't have even known to. I wouldn't have known to worry about that. All right. Okay. Let's go a little bit more at a time.
let's go.
Okay, great. So added nothing, no memory, just the TDX thing, and it boots.
But
now we can see if there's.
you can grab. And with that, we can stop our stream and leave it as a suspense moment for the next episode.
Small teaser.
Small teaser.
But I don't see it in the part above. It must be TD. It doesn't look like it's there.
Then we can grab it. Because I don't think it prints everything directly. Or no, it does. There are not too many. Never mind.
Yeah, it's not there.
Yeah, I don't see that there. What's a good way to? Should I be able to?
There's no modules. The guest station is part of the kernel itself.
So, Andrew, I think for that you need, after you log in that machine, you need to you need to clone the repository and do the setup because this yocto image was not created. This yocto image was not created using the create tdvm from within, which does for you this cloud init, which does after the first boot install the attestation and the setup and the whole stuff. So probably you need to do this manually in this image in order to have this module enabled.
That makes sense. Even to you have to do that even to get the yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so maybe you can now do git clone of the TDS canonical and run the scripts manually.
But the scripts, I mean, they're just well, you will. It doesn't have anything inside. We won't be able to clone stuff. But I mean, the scripts, we had a look at this.
I don't even have Git.
You don't even
Oh,
have.
We already started with the productionized version of the yocto.
Yeah, right.
No, maybe can we get it to run with encrypted memory? I would like to see that.
Okay, just to see if those options go. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So you can just add the
And you missed the machine.
The machines.
The
machine stuff.
right.
It didn't have originally the i804, right? So do we need it?
Just a minute. Maybe not. Machine memory size does not match.
Maybe
Machine
add
size of backend. So
maybe
this could be
my
2 gig.
yes, or 8.
What does the default script say about memory?
It was 256 megabyte, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, M2G.
Or 2G.
And SMP too. Maybe add SMP2 and 2G.
I think we have their SMP4 even, yeah. Just the number of threads, right? Or cores.
It's actually simultaneous multiprocessing?
Yes, so a number of cores that you assign for this image, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Interesting.
Now it's failing for no such a file or directory. But where are we passing
No,
this temp?
no. It's this is the thing that's I think failing.
Ah,
And then a core dumps right there.
invalid argument. Interesting.
Does the canonical TDX repo mention any kernel configs for the TDX enablement?
Yes. There are some stuff that you have to do on the host side and then on the guest side. And
Like actual kernel configurations?
Yeah.
yes, for the host for sure, but for the guests, I think.
Oh, but we've already done them on the host, right? I mean,
Yes, the host is already done. But for the guest, I think there should be also some kind of kernel changes that you should do. Let me check.
okay. These would certainly be things that are part of the setup.
Do we have an OVH machine that can run TDX? Have we figured this out?
I think so.
Who has access?
I feel like I associate that with RTM, but I'm not sure.
I'll ask it Slack.
So Frieder, the setup TDX guest script and the canonical TDX, they install, like this is the script that you run within your VM image. They do install the TDX guest modules there, that script, and execute start it. And also they do kind of changes to the grub of the kernel for the next restart. So that's why they tell you run the script and then restart your VM.
Yeah, that's because they're using a default Ubuntu kernel, and then they're adding these as modules.
Yes.
But, for the yocto image case, I've just configured them to be part of the kernel itself. So the TDX guest driver is not a module, but the kernel, part of the kernel itself.
Yeah. They are installing, however, the TDX modules from apt installed, and they're installing some kind of tools there. Oh, interesting. They are installing the TDX tools guest that you showed me earlier, the one that
Yeah.
that's supposed to be decommissioned.
Mm.
Huh. Yeah, not sure how would we achieve this now in the yocto setup, or what's the necessary steps for it to be TDX aware. That seems to do it.
Yeah, when I'm doing the other what's the Ubuntu?
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so that has the object for the memory backend present, just doesn't use it in the machine.
If you do demessage, would you see the TDX thingy on the startup of the yocto image? Like anything message
I was
regarding?
thinking I would, but
Doesn't, right?
No, I mean I see something about it in the just that it's the TDX QEMU something.
Wait a second, I think I know the issue. It's saying something regarding
Okay, so I mean the memory wasn't working, but I don't know where I got this particular set of memory things from. That's also not working in Ubuntu as well as Yocto.
Okay.
So there's really no indication that that's something wrong. I think I might have just been trying to set up like the encrypted memory in TDX and just not gotten too far to trying that.
But now, in any way, we wouldn't be able to see, like, even if we make it now run the queue, the yocto image, we will still not be able to see the module because apparently it needs to be installed, if I understood correctly. So, what do you think about this, reader? Like, did I understood this?
I'm still not convinced that it needs to be installed. What you see in the script is that it actually installs kernel modules.
Yes.
And I'm arguing you don't need to install kernel modules for the yocto image because
Yeah.
the TDX enablement is already part of the kernel itself.
Yes.
But maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe we're also not running the right TDX, the right kernel. I don't know.
That would be also interesting to know. Like, the image example that you have, Andrew, with the Ubuntu, could you run it just could you run to check which Linux image it's having?
Yeah.
That would be interesting to know if it's 6.6 or a newer, probably newer 6.15.
But that will not really give us any information because Canonical has a huge like a significant hash set.
Uname minus
Which
RS.
one? Yeah. There we go.
Oh, so it is actually okay.
You know what? They pointed me to the particular kernel sources that came from.
Yeah.
Like, there's a repo for it, but it's not the most obvious one. Let me see if I have that. Okay. Well, he pasted that for me. In chat.
Okay, it doesn't seem to have also TDX in this one either.
Yeah, not in the D message.
So it's not the yocto issue. Okay.
Does it
Another net.
does it not is there the TDX guest device available? Doesn't look like it, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's got a wait. Wait, really? But oh, but I was sure I was able to. What was that?
What's happening here?
I don't know. Yeah, no idea.
You were kicked out of the image.
Yeah, I think just through bad key commands or something. What did I do for the test? I did the, what was that user attestation thing? Did that test or something? Yeah, we were just here, and this was the exact same image that was in user shared doc. Okay, so now it's failing to get the report. So this is meaningful. We're still making progress then. So somehow between whatever I was doing originally and whatever this script is launching, it is not picking up the TDX device, even in Ubuntu when it was before. So we are down to differences in how we're launching this with QEMU.
Yeah. How are you running your Ubuntu? Because this is not the original command, right?
That's right.
So probably we changed something from the original command that.
Looks like Excel KVM is missing. I see there's enable KVM.
I see some stuff are missing, not only that.
There's the no defaults. Maybe this one as well.
Yeah, no, default is missing as well. And CPU host is missing, I think. Oh no, never mind. It's there.
Looks like it was present in both. Let me make sure I'm looking at the original one. I guess this is the earlier original one.
Yes, we can just copy it.
Okay, but yeah, CPU is there. Maybe I'll do Excel KVM instead of enabled KVM, but I don't think that's it.
Demonize is missing.
But that shouldn't matter. It's just the
Okay.
that won't matter anyway. So there's Excel KVM. Other differences, we could try the no defaults. Could try the no graphic. No VGA non-valid option.
We add the no VGA, we added that later on. You can ignore that.
Still no TDX guest.
Can you check if the guest module is loaded?
Okay.
Hmm.
It's just not for TDX. That's a little weird then too. I'm using this different, I'm using a different one of those, I think. No, I'm not. That was the same one as before. Okay, it's not that. Also plausible differences.
Yeah, I see something. There's the machine part, and that has a function equals TDX, and memory backend equals RAM-L.
Oh, wait, yeah, but that one we were ignoring because that one is not how it originally is in the
Okay, I see.
even in the 2310. I don't think that it's well, actually, in the 2310 it is like that. Yeah,
But that one caused the error that we didn't know how to fix it, right?
I guess that's a good point. Maybe, okay, right. So I was keeping that out because that was a problem for, yeah, for Yocto. I don't know if that's a problem, but that should have been working with Ubuntu then. There were these quote args things. Maybe if the only reason that you even have the TDX device is for attestation, then maybe that is relevant somehow. Actually, I mean, maybe that is exactly what that is. Okay, so that worked with the memory being present in Ubuntu, but still there's no, oh, now there's the TDX.
Okay.
Huh.
All right.
Okay, so that memory being present helped. Now can we do Yocto then the same way? There you go. TDX guest present.
Okay. So then the answer is there's something wrong
Now let's
with.
add the attestation then too.
I'm sorry.
I should try adding the attestation then too with these quote args.
Hmm.
Should I worry about the PID file? I guess on the PID file.
You're missing a backslash in the TDF firmware after the TDF firm.
Thanks. Okay, so that's fine. I have the TDX device and everything. I'm amazed somehow. I thought this wasn't gonna. Okay, and so I could try to do the attestation example then. Is there going to be an easiest way to do this? I mean, without Git being present, maybe I should go through the, pokey thing or do it this way.
I mean, one way is if you're compiling a static binary, then you can just copy it inside of the VM. If not, then it's going to be a bit more difficult. Then we'll have to add it at the at the yocto build stage.
Determine where this was already. Oh, well, it was present in, okay, I know how to find it and I can go clone it. What's the best way to get this? It's only present in, I don't really know where to find that sample code that I ran from Ubuntu because it was just packaged into the user's share directory of it. I think it's based on this SGX decap samples, but it doesn't seem like it's exactly that.
Is it maybe part of the canonical TDX?
It says it's under user share doc libtdx dash test dash dev examples.
Yeah, but I don't have it. It's not present on the host. I could go run the TD with the Ubuntu, compile it, copy it out to the host, and then copy it back into the other guest images. I can't think of anything else. That would be the only good way, just because I don't know how to. I don't know how to go get that sample libstx code and just build it locally.
I think this part should be inside the TD, if I'm not wrong, not the host, right?
That's right. Yeah. How do I copy something out of QEMU?
SSH,
SSA?
SSH, FCP.
Oh, I see. We don't have network set up in this. Okay, so this needs TDX test.h. Links against some TDX attest library. But that is the only library that needs. So maybe I can just compile this on static.
But I mean, one interesting thing that we figured out is that if you give the yocto image the correct TDX configuration on the host side, the hypervisor boots the VM, and then the TDX at guest devices available. Whereas if we're booting it from Azure, it's not available. So this concludes like
Yeah.
that Constellation has mentioned that they can find the TD report and can access it. And I'm wondering whether they found a different way of getting the TD report. Maybe Azure has implemented this in a different way.
Yeah, great point.
Could we reach out actually to the Constellation team to see how did they reach to the TD report? Like, do they run Ubuntu or Yocto, or what kind of image do they have?
They have their own image. Like
Which even better.
One thing we could do is figure it out from their source code.
Yes.
And the other thing, of course, is get in contact with them, which I did, but I haven't gotten any reply yet.
Okay, that's also interesting. Okay, cool. Because if they created their own image, it would be much easier, like, to transfer that knowledge to apply it on Yocto, if possible, of course.
Yeah.
And do you know by chance if their image is minimal or big as Ubuntu, or based on what did they build their image?
Let me check.
I mean, so far the stable ones that I saw, they were Ubuntu.
I think it's based on
Okay.
Core or Fedora.
On what? Fedora. Okay.
Or Core OS, which is Fedora. Here you go.
So I think this should be resolvable. I mean, this test TDX attest, all the code for it is just in this in the DCAP library, basically.
Okay, then I think one last thing we would need to do is get networking working within the Yocto image. Can you show me the yeah, we're still missing the networking device, right?
Yep, yeah, I can add that back in. So here I just had this.
Yeah, I think that will work. And then as a final step, you would need to copy over an updated image from an updated Yocto VM image. I copied it over into my usernames account.
Okay, so I could copy it again from yours.
Yep.
This one, yeah.
Yeah, it's this the plain one without the date, without the timestamp.
Okay. Let's just into. Saw SSH server messages somewhere. Okay, just said starting. All right.
Can you log in and see if you have access to the internet? Like ping. Okay, can you ping Google without DNS? 8888. No. Okay. What does IPA say? Well, what it says it's actually a bit without the dash, just IP a IP and then a. Yeah. Okay, so it has so maybe can you check if you can you check if you can SSH into it from
From the host, yeah.
the host? Just maybe it's just not forwarding packages.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Okay, cool. We need you need to give the root as a
I'll just have
username.
to do as root. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that was SSH.
So then with this you can copy the binary over once it's statically built.
Oh,
and
I
then,
see what you mean. Okay.
then you can run the attestation.
Okay, got it. All right. So it's got SSH open. That's fine. So that's an easy way to SCP to it. So it can finish that way. This doesn't have like any build tools or anything. So I mean, can it do shared libraries at all? Like, should the goal be to not have any shared libraries, or if
Well, it does have some shared libraries, but they're very specific to that build system. So if you want to have something not statically compiled, you would basically add it during the build process of the image.
Wait, I mean, I assume everything that we prepare like that, yeah, would be put into the build process of the image.
Okay, so I'm gonna log out soon.
Stop here is good for me too, actually.
Pretty nice hackathon. It was a fun one. I mean, what did we achieve? We got the R builder and Reth running in the yocto image. We verified that the yocto image has the TDX guest drivers installed. There's some issue with other Azure. We need to figure that out. But yeah, I think it was a big step forward. Also, I don't know about you, but maybe you also learned some stuff about Yocto, which would be my goal in the end. Cool. Then let's wrap it up. Mo, do you have any comments on your side?
Not really. I'm also kind of blocked now, brain locked.
Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you all for joining. And maybe, I don't know, maybe we can repeat that. Maybe a bit smaller, not that 8-hour session, but maybe 6 hours, I think.
Yeah. definitely it was fun and learned a lot. Thanks Frieder for hosting it.
Cool. All right.
Fabulous.
See-
Yeah.
Bye.
See ya.